Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Opposition leader Raila Odinga attended the National Assembly Justice and Legal Affairs Committee meeting on the removal of 4 IEBC commissioners has termed the process as unconstitutional. Raila says the probe is politically motivated and is a continuation of the witch hunt mission that President William Ruto is on. Raila has further advised the commissioners to boycott the hearings.
The Ruto admission is taking us back to the state of affairs of the 1980s. This kind of impunity, selective injustice and capture of institutions will have grave consequences. We are here to stop. The Ruto admission is taking us back to the state of affairs of the 1980s. This kind of impunity, selective injustice and capture of institutions will have grave consequences. We are here to sound a warning. No one should lie to this regime. We want to warn this regime that we will not sit back. If deepening and widening the divisions among Kenyans is what the UDA regime wants, we will only be too happy to help them along that path. The injustice being inflicted on the IEBC commissioners, if it proceeds as currently conceived, will mark the beginning of a massive pushback against the Ruto and those who think like him. But the people of Kenya will openly and robustly lead that pushback.
Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka has retweeted Raila's statement saying that Ruto's government is acting with impunity to persecute 4 IEBC commissioners. Kalonzo also said that they'll continue to push for the ban of GMO foods in the country.
Why in the world would we want to heap more hurt and despair to a population that is already reeling under the weight of drought, compounded by GMO politics, GMO, without any public participation? And here I want to thank the Catholic Church for beginning to show leadership. We're not going to kill our people through GMO. And I think as Kenyans, we are very good at forgetting things very fast. But how do we forget about that which is going to kill us with cancer? Kwa hivyo, I don't like things that are politically motivated. And therefore impeachments, Kenyans, remember, politically motivated impeachment at the Senate, and this is what is being worked out. I want to urge the Committee of JLAC to stand as a different committee.
Now, Kenya's Mother Karua has said that the president is acting out of the law.
The Commission Act clearly says 6 months to the end of the term of the chairman, a selection panel must be formed to start the journey of finding the new chair. Chebukati's term ends in January, and instead of forming a panel, William Ruto is busy trying to have the act amended so that he can have a selection panel that will create a commission after his own heart. The commission is for all Kenyans, not for one person.
And politician Brian Haemba lost a petition he filed to contest the election of his opponent Didmas Baraza in the August parliamentary poll of Kimilili constituency. Bungoma High Court Judge Justice Mary Kasango at the same time slapped Haemba with a 2.7 million fine for the defective petition he filed after Baraza was announced winner. She observed that Haemba failed to provide sufficient evidence that the election outcome was marred with irregularities. She ordered Haemba to pay Baraza 1.1 million shillings and 800,000 shillings each to REBC and Kimilili's returning officer. Baraza, who vied on a UDA ticket, won after garnering 26,861 votes against Haemba's 9,497 votes. Still in the corridors of justice, and former Kenya Olympic Committee official Stephen Soy has been released from prison after Nairobi court overturned its conviction for embezzlement at the Rio Olympics. Soy and former sports CS Hassan Wario were last year found guilty of misappropriating 55 million shillings during the 2016 Olympic Games in Rio. A former police officer, Soy, was sentenced to 17 years in jail unless he agreed to pay a fine of 105 million shillings. However, a judge at the Nairobi High Court ordered his immediate release. Wari and Soy, who served as team leaders in Rio, were found guilty of diverting money and kit from US sports equipment manufacturer Nike, worth millions of shillings, which were later confiscated from a house in Nairobi's upmarket Westland suburb. And normal power was restored in parts of the country after a fault at the senior substation was fixed. The power outage affected various parts of the country. Kenya Power says that it restored the power to customers in Western, South Nyanza, North Central and Nairobi before it was restored to other parts of the country. The company said its technical teams worked on restoring the power after a default was found. It said that The outage was as a result of system disturbance. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
Tengisa kidole, agano kidole. Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It's Friday, and it looks like it might be a really busy day this morning from what we can see so far. There's traffic already started to build up on Jogo Road. We're also seeing the same thing on the Kisumu Highway. But, you know, other parts have not quite yet woken up in terms of what happens in Nairobi. We'll take a look at other parts of the country today, but it looks like, for now, Kisumu Highway looks pretty good. If you're out there, you should be able to get into the city without too much of an issue. Let's keep an eye on things as Friday pans out. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there in an attempt to keep things moving this morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Welcome to Friday. That is the message. That is the what? The message. Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. Nduoko, habari.
Nzuri.
Changamka bana, changamka.
Sijalala bana.
Si ndio maana nakwambia changamka. You know how you deal with it? You changamka.
Changamka? Ndio hiyo sasa. Good morning. How are you?
Sasa kama utumii usiku kulala, unataka tukusaidia aje? Mungu amekupea usiku ulale.
Na wewe kwa ujuaji wako umeamua ya kwamba utakaa macho. Sasa macho inakuzungumzia.
Sasa macho inakaa wewe.
Inakaa wewe. Ili ujue yeye pia ni yeye.
City?
Yes.
How you doing?
Mimi niko mzima kabisa na ninashukuru.
Yeah. Hii baridi hii bwana.
Bwana. Uoni bwana, mimi nimeamua kunyamaza. Nimeamua kunyamaza kwa mambo ya baridi. If I keep talking about it, it's not going to get better. So nimewacha.
Umeamua tu kuvaa sweta.
Umeamua hivyo. Ni muhimu. It's important.
How are you?
Me,
Eric?
I'm fine. Yeah. Today's show is how long?
Inakwaga inaisha saa 4.
Even today?
Yeah, hata today.
It's Friday, bwana.
It's Friday.
Even today we're here until 10.
What time do you want to do? Make your request known.
With prayer and supplication.
I'm telling you.
Higher. Let me tell you then what you shall be doing for the next 4 hours.
Higher.
At 7 a.m., we want to talk to 2 people who are in the taxi business. Taxi drivers are pushing for fellow taxi drivers to stop using international ride-hailing apps and to go for Kenyan-made ride-hailing apps. Do you understand why?
I don't fully, but I have an idea.
You have an idea? What is it about? Yes, Muga.
Yes, teacher. The way I see it is like this. This is a complaint that they have had for some time, and it has to do with something called interest and percentage, where they complain that some of these apps take up to 30% of whatever they make, and what they're left with is very little, number one. Number two, they also complain that the fuel factor, fuel which keeps rising.
One more rising?
Yes. And with the money that is left for them, they do not make a profit. So essentially what they do is live from hand to mouth. 3, if the car they are driving happens to be on loan and they have to pay for that loan, then they end up with absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Yes.
So these Kenyan-made ones, are they different?
The hope is that because it's Kenyan-made, you take into consideration all of these factors which have been nicely presented by Mr. Muka.
Do they have one that they're telling us, Kila Mutu, me, I am on this app. If you want to reach me,
come to this one.
Yeah.
Or are they saying that the person who is supposedly a local will not also want to make money?
The person who is a local will understand your plight because they're here with you and they're in the same pot of soup. So the thought is that they will understand and give you a higher percentage.
So who you pass on?
Huyu mtu ako wapi?
Okay. Hiyo watatuambia. 7 a.m. So 2 people will be joining us in the studio. Justin Nyaga is the chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya. And Julia Zadongo is the chairman of Online Drivers Magadi Road Zone. Sawa.
They seem quite organized.
Serious. Mamaji Zone. Then at 8 o'clock, we want to talk about the insecurity in the North Rift. So we know that the Interior CS, Professor, what's his name? Kindiki is going around the country surveying and looking at what is the situation. So he has gone to Mwenge, he's gone to Meru, he's gone to Samburu, he's going all these places. And one of the leaders who has been really championing peace in the north is the Honorable Naisula Lesuda. She is the MP for Samburu West constituency. At 8 a.m., she comes here to talk to us on what she thinks it will take to permanently end banditry in the North Rift. Hiyo iko sawa? Sawa. Today, the 25th of November 2022, is just like the 25th of November 2021. It's the beginning of a global thing called
the 16 Days of Activism.
Activism on what? Taxi drivers.
Sorry. Against gender-based violence. I thought that we just, get it. God, forgive
16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And we want to have a conversation about that, about FGM today. There is a global push to end FGM by 2030. Kenya has committed to end FGM by 2020. Is it 2022 or 2024? Kenya has several commitments that it
There are
has.
quite a number. So there's 2022, and then there was 2024, but within the same circles. I'll give you the details in a bit.
Those commitments are not enough. We need
There
more
was
commitments.
2020.
There was a president making a commitment 2 years ago on when Kenya will eradicate FGM. One of these, 2020.
I'll tell you in
I
a
think.
minute.
So anyway, we'll be joined by a doctor. His name is Abdullahi Adan. He's a consultant, plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon, lecturer at the Department of Surgery, University of Nairobi Medical School. At 9 a.m. he will be here and he will be telling us about reconstruction for people who have undergone female genital mutilation. So, I now see why the show is 4 hours even today.
Get it?
I get it.
Yes, so.
I was wondering, Ni Friday bana.
4 hours ni mingi.
Hey, shish. Haya, wewe niambie sasa mambo ya COVID kunaendaje duniani?
Aya, sawa. Duniani, 644,781,932. That's what the global numbers look like. Let's look at Kenya. There's a bit of a problem because people are complaining. 84 new cases from a sample size of 730. 37 new recoveries. It gives Kenya now a rather positivity rate of 11.4%. So we seem to be going back and forth over these numbers.
Why are people complaining? People are complaining.
Yes, that what's happening really. Why are we seeing high? Look, when we say higher numbers, it's as per percentage, right? As per the number of folks who, excuse me, have been tested and those who have actually then been found positive. 84 people positive from a sample size of 730, positivity rate at 11.5, and the Ministry of Health says that 37 people have recovered from the virus. So, Ministry of Health, again, still telling us, no, look, we're not going to institute any new measures. These are still low numbers, 11.5%. Okay, it's coming from the actual number of people found positive from that sample size. Omo, things in China elephant twice. Because China's COVID cases have hit a record as dissent grows over tough restrictions. Take that as you may. But Thursday, China reported a record number of infections, 31,444 locally transmitted cases on Wednesday, surpassing the previous peak of 29,317. So we're looking at this and folks are complaining. The country's unpopular zero policy, or rather zero tolerance approach towards COVID. They're looking at a trickle of COVID-related fatalities and has added further pressure to the mix. Beijing Wednesday recorded its fourth COVID-related death since the weekend, alongside 1,648 local infections as a third consecutive day of more than 1,000 local cases. So yesterday, city officials said that they were converting a major exhibition center into a makeshift hospital for quarantine and treatment of COVID patients. It's the latest sign of the capital ratcheting up COVID controls. Earlier this week, schools in several districts moved online, epicenter of the city's outbreak and home to many international businesses and embassies, and that is in Chaoyang, urged residents to stay at home, and they shut restaurants, gyms and beauty salons.
What's the death rate?
The death rate, we have to look at that, but it's still pretty low.
I'll tell you why the reason why I asked the question is that when you have a disease that has been part of the community for this length of time, sometimes the issue is not its presence. The prevalence should be of concern, but is it causing death? Because very many diseases that we have on earth exist. They've never been eradicated. People live with them. People find ways of coping with them. Now, is it that the Chinese are fighting a battle that they will not win? Because remember, even right now, you cannot say that people do not get colds, do not get a flu. It is a disease. You may not think so, but it is. Okay? You cannot say, for instance, in the tropics where we live, that people still don't live with malaria or they don't have malaria parasites in their blood. They do. So what are we saying?
This is the thing, and the Beijing administration from very beginning has said that whether we're talking about one death, or rather one case, or we're talking about 1,000, what they want to do is make sure that they are zero. If they're going to have to shut the whole country down in order to not have COVID, they will do it.
They may very well end up there because
it wouldn't be the first time that they've done it. We look at Wuhan. Wuhan was a ghost town for 3, 4, 5 months. And they're saying if that's what we need to do to make sure that this thing does not come back in the manner in which it did, where we see people being carried off or carted off in body bags, then we're going to do it.
Yes.
World pressure, frustration.
But is that happening right now?
Well, it looks like it's going to happen. This is now the 5th city that has gone into lockdown.
Yes.
And the lockdown that we're talking about is a complete one.
The lockdown, I understand. I am talking about the death rate because the complete non-existence of diseases, I guess that's what scientists, that's what pharmaceutical companies try to reach. But it is something that will never, ever, 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 ever be reached.
Of course. But you remember that they were the ones who were hardest hit in the very beginning. They got a total confirmed cases of just upwards of 86,000, and then the rest of the world started reeling from the effects. So China for the longest time felt as though their method, their approach to dealing with COVID was a good one, because then they were able to come in after that 1-2 cases over 3 months, maybe 10,000 here and there, and then they see this thing coming back when the rest of the world seems to be lulling down from the effects of COVID. They're not going to take it sitting down. Whether it's 1 death or 10,000, they're saying death rate is not their issue.
I do understand their position. Microorganisms share this planet with us, and they fight back, and they want to live and exist just the way we do. So anyway, they have a policy. They are trying to enact it. They're trying to. Let's see how it goes, shall we?
It's 21 minutes after 6. Okay. Yeah, it's time to step up and shine. Stand a chance to get instant airtime and data with every purchase of a specifically marked tin of black kiwi shoe polish. Kiwi. Kiwi. Hiya. What do you need to do? Walk to your nearest store, buy a tin of Kiwi black shoe polish, and once opened, find a unique code under the lid. Then you dial *459*5#. That's *459*5#, and send the code to stand a chance to win 35,000 shillings worth of school fees every week. This is courtesy of Kiwi. Step up and shine with Kiwi. Terms and conditions apply. Let's take a look at the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guests.
If COVID could mutate and evolve 6 times over the last 2 years, how many versions of yourself have emerged in the last 2 years?
Do not, and you don't have to give anything to get ahead. All you have to do is give out and show out your talent.
Catch 00 Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m. on SpiceFM.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This is one of the best ways to spend a Saturday.
Light rain in parts of Nairobi at 16, highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 24 in a clear Nakuru at 14. It's 15, and light rain in Nyeri, highs of 22, and clear conditions in Eldoret. That'll go to highs of 25. All right, in Mombasa, it's raining at 25, highs of 31, and lows of 24. And we'll look at sunny conditions through Malindi for now, coming down to lows of 25. Mostly cloudy at 19 in Kisumu, highs of 29, and Kakamega will have cloudy conditions for most parts of the morning, going to highs of 27. Partly cloudy at 20 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 19, and mostly sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam, highs of 31 and lows of 24. It's sunny at 17 in Johannesburg, going to highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly clear Lagos at 25. It's sprinkling in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 31 and lows of 24. Looking into Beijing, Friday afternoon is sunny at 13. That'll be today's high, going to lows of -2, and we'll see lows of 5 in Paris, where it's cloudy at 9 at the moment. It'll go to highs of 12 in London, where it's clear at 9, coming down to lows of 8. And looking into New York, Thursday night is clear at 10, highs of 11 and lows of 8.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Play like yourself.
I thought, okay, so no problem. Good morning, everybody, and welcome already. Spice FM KE. Good morning, Eric Ndo and CT. Happy to hear your great voices. City Center is tuned. Peter Wagongo, good morning to you. Andrew Franklin is tuned in and listening from Lavington and streaming live from Imbo, Kanyada. Hey, where is that? That's William Munga. Inyo Kanyada. Imbo.
Imbo is actually in Siaya.
Okay.
Kanyada is actually Homa Bay County.
Can you be in both?
There must be a place called Imbo Kanyada. So, but if I just segregate the two, yes. In fact, the area that comprises Homa Bay town is actually referred to as Kanyada.
So it's possible that he's there.
There's a place called Imbo in Kanyada.
It's possible.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa Sawa. Waweru is present, and Kimizo also says good morning. Machakos Kola Tunawapata Viema. Felix Mutunga, we see you this morning. Jose Mushiri says good morning as well, and Generali is also tuned in this morning. Got a frog in the throat, sorry about that. Deej Morez is tuning from Vihiga County, and Alex Wajami says good morning as well. All tuned in. Wandera says he's here. Ivewa Francis also tuning from Mombasa this weekend. Jumbo, folks. Well, Jumbo to you too, Matthias. Tuned in from the Czech Republic. Czech.
They are drinking cold like
They
like tea.
They are cold. You get it?
Wanakunywa baridi.
Bay Wamacha, Ashley, we see you. Good morning. Beaches in Kenya is also tuned in this morning. Samuel Minor Mataiga tuning in as well as Ondicho. We see you. Karibuni Sana. Owen Odor is tuned in from Nairobi here with us. Kolwen Nyakach sub-county is in. Cleophas Anam says good morning. Hongera. Karaja Naivasha. Oh, Samuel Karaja.
Amesema nini?
Amesema hongera.
Safi.
Good. Howdy, guys. It's a beautiful morning in Bungoma. Ready for a beautiful show as always. Tie. We see you. Good morning. Danny Kabisa. Helen Jogona is with us this morning. And we see all of you guys streaming in. Pole. Karibu Sana. Thanks for joining us this Friday.
Indeed, it is a good Friday. City. Now,
this is the day. Yes, now this.
You see now.
Now
is a good time for you to give us a proverb.
Yes, let me do the needful. And let me Samsung my message.
The Tab and Samsung Galaxy
Yes, not just Samsung,
Tab S8 series,
Kabisa.
setting a new epic and standard for tablets.
Ultra. Here we go. Okay? So let me give you this ultra proverb. This one. Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite.
Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite.
Yes.
Watu wakae wakijua where you stand.
Precisely. Not as Eric would say, you are here habla. No. Have what we call
Just be habla.
Yeah. One habla is good enough.
Yeah.
Not a habla. No. Sio mzuri. Sio mzuri.
Okay. This is good for Friday. Yes, lungs zimefunguka vizuri.
Meamuka.
Yes. So yes, we can habla forward. Yes.
Mutu meamuka. So the Standard Decider, the subscription model of the Standard, allowing readers to access premium news content that cannot be found anywhere else through a small paid subscription fee. You can bob bear with the Standard Insider now just by subscribing 199 bob a month, 700 bob. You go to www.standardmedia.co.ke. You follow the prompts, you pay 199 shillings, then you get access to all the premium content. There's a paywall on the Standard. So you use that 199. Unasoma kila kitu.
The wall will come tumbling down.
Yes. It's just 199 is like walking around the wall of Jericho. How many times?
7.
Yes. What's on the headlines?
On the headlines this morning, I want to read
On the front page of the
Nairobian.
You have the front page of the Nairobian. What is it saying?
I don't want to tell you.
Okay,
Let me tell you what's on the front page of the Standard. And Raila to Ruto, you will not take us back to dark days. Okay, what's going on? Somebody's not happy. We'll give you that story later. It has to do with the Cherera 4. Why do I call them the Cherera 4? The IEBC 4. Leaders rail.
The Cherera 4.
Nisawa? Opposition leaders rail at the government for what they declare is persecution of 4 IEBC commissioners. This they feel claws back gains made over the years and vow they are ready to push back in defense of democracy. It's all systems go as 3.3 million prepare to sit national exams. It's a combined number of the grade 6, the standard 8, and the form 4s. Okay. So many stories are hitting today. We're also looking at the front page of the Nation, where it says Raila has been cornered. Okay. Azimio La Umoja One Kenya coalition leader Raila Odinga is not sitting pretty, with most of his political strongholds restless and at risk of being snatched from him. Some of his key allies, particularly those from Coast, Western and Mount Kenya, already pledging loyalty to President William Ruto. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta's deafening silence, wouldn't be the first time, is not helping matters. As things stand, the opposition chief is a man under siege. Okay, it's painting an interesting picture. The African giants, Cameroon and Ghana, have been beaten at the Qatar World Cup. And on the back page of the Nation, Kenya, South Korea in agreement to end trade imbalance. Okay.
Wamekubaliana? Okay. City, do you have them?
I do. I do. Let's start with the Business Daily. This is an interesting headline. A third of borrowers stay on CRB's default blacklist. 7 of the 19 million loan accounts are defaulted. All right. CRB listing on loans in default rises from 4.5 million in 2021. Thereafter, the story follows. The Star. Okay. Uhuru to quit as Azimio chair or lose his hefty perks.
According to government.
According to this headline.
Please, we want to read that.
Law. Retired president can't hold political party leadership. That's what they say.
Leadership.
Sources say government inquiring if ex-president has resigned from Azimio. It's a story. We'll read about it and we will get to understand why it is that they are saying what it is that they are saying.
So basically, retired list leaders, retired presidents, vice presidents and deputy presidents, and the one prime minister should not hold political office if they are to enjoy the retirement benefits. Okay. It's 27 minutes to 7. Let's take this quick break so we can take a look at the traffic and then we'll look at the details in the papers.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there will be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people. Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The Adults in the Room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, not too much in terms of traffic on the streets this morning. It's actually looking up really good. We have a little bit of action on the Thika Superhighway, but that's inbound traffic and it's moving quickly, so we're not going to get stuck, at least not for now. There's traffic on Jogo Road a little bit as you come out towards Landis. It'll slow down again as you get towards Kamkunji. But I'm looking around, folks, and it doesn't look like traffic is going to be a problem this morning. At least not for now. You can use the service lanes, just for fun at this rate, but it doesn't look like we're being stuck, at least not now. Maybe things will pull up later, but we're just going to keep our wits about. So if you're not left now, it'll be a good time to do so before things actually start clogging up. And then talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Just in case you run into something, let us know and we'll share.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings
done
right.
Let's pick one of those headlines.
Okay. This is a quote from Azimio leader Raila Odinga. We are here to sound a warning that no one should lie to this regime, that we will sit back and watch a return of past repressive regimes. If deepening and widening the divisions among Kenyans is what the UDA regime wants, we will only be happy to help them along that path. Where?
If deepening and widening the divisions among Kenyans is what UDA wants, we'll be happy to help them along that path. Is that like that doesn't sound like sounding a warning against taking us back to a past regime?
Let me tell you.
A snide comment.
It's like, okay, we'll help you do that. So where is this also coming from? It's a question you're asking.
Yeah.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has accused the president of a plot to return Kenya to dark old days, but vowed to push back what he described as a path of impunity and revenge by the government. He said Kenyans have witnessed a swift, steady and dangerous re-emergence of capture of state institutions by the executive, with the judiciary being the first to willingly give in. He also cited the struggle being witnessed at the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission. He was speaking at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation in Nairobi yesterday. Raila said although the country was facing monumental challenges caused by drought and hunger, the government was keen to add more pain to citizens by introducing unpopular policies. Since the conclusion of the election cycle, we have done our best to give President Ruto time and space to heal and unite our land. We have given so much space that sections of Kenyans are thinking we have given up the fight. Unfortunately, Ruto seems to think we have surrendered. The Azimio leader said the injustice being inflicted on IEBC commissioners Juliana Chirera, Irene Masit, Francis Wanderi and Justice Nyang'aya, if allowed to proceed, will mark the beginning of massive pushback against Ruto and those who think like him by the people of Kenya. The opposition leader told the four commissioners to boycott summons to appear before the National Assembly Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, saying that the parliament was usurping the role of a tribunal as its role was limited to summoning petitioners and deciding whether issues raised warrant setting up of a tribunal or not. He said that the IEBC chairperson Mafula Chebukati and commissioners Abdi Gulie and Boya Molu, whose terms in office end in January next year, had sworn not to hand over power to Cherera and her team, and the current rush was aimed at having friendly commissioners in readiness for the 2027 election. So he has seen the plot and he's unraveling it. That is when he now sounded that warning that if you want to divide people, okay, we'll show you now. Former Prime Minister called on both houses to be guarantors of the rule of law and justice and stop being enablers of unconstitutional revenge mission deployed against four commissioners whose only mistake was to stand in for truth when it was required.
Meanwhile, JLAC is starting to sit. This is the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the National Assembly to hear the petitions against the Cherera 4. Right, City, you wanted to say?
Let me just ask the question. So that is the procedure, is it not?
Forward.
The committee to see.
The committee sits and hears the petitions, right? Yes.
Good. So let the process begin.
However,
my position in these matters is that every time something of this sort happens, we are learning.
It is good. We are learning.
We're understanding. And also, when you get to read on it, you'll understand whether they're actually following the rule of law, the statutory demands are stated. It's good. Just like it is good when I read what you just said in the Daily Nation. Man under siege? Okay. Governors pledging loyalty to President Ruto. Where is the
Where's
problem?
the problem?
Yes, I mean, seriously, where is the problem? This is the president. You are a governor. Is it not right that you should support the president of the day? Is it not right? Supporting doesn't mean that you are going to agree with everything they do, but this is the head of state. You have to work with him. Not you should work with him. You must work with him. Okay? Now, this issue, Jubilee plotting fresh path away from Azimio. Again, where is the problem? Political parties in this country do this all the time. It's what one would argue is that the whistle has been blown. It's the start of the season. Okay? Every time there's political movement and strong political statements, people are bargaining, people are shifting, this is normal. In the political realm, this is normal. Politicians want to gravitate to where the power is. And just like they're gravitating towards UDA, when a time comes when UDA is not that popular, because that time will come, they will want to gravitate away. This is normal.
That's how it works.
Yes, exactly. Risk of losing 2.2 million Western Bloc. Good for the Western Bloc if they are going to chart a path that will give them a much huger say when it comes to determining their future. It is politics. It's how it happens. If they can get their acts together and garner that vote, they'll be a very powerful bloc. Whether that will happen, let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
Because it is not the first time that these efforts have been made. It isn't the first time that statements of this nature have been made. As to whether the fruition will, should we say, will be summed up in us seeing one of the most powerful blocks, political blocks we have in the country. Again, let's wait and see. Kalonzo Oparanya, pressure for 2027 support. This, again, is normal. It is ideal. This is what... You can't be governor and then you ask yourself what? You can't have been vice president, then what? Everybody wants to be president. Everybody wants... It's what politicians want. So it's normal. Uhuru's silence amid implosion in coalition. Uhuru has been silent before on many other issues.
That's what I said.
So if he's silent one more time, he is silent. Okay? So he is silent. Right. Fight to save IEBC4.
What's the problem?
Precisely. The IEBC4, as they're being referred to, provide a platform where the parties, the opposition and those in power can square it off nicely. So this reason, this platform on which you can square it off, let them square it off. Let us hear how this is going to go. Again, it will teach us, we will learn, we will know. Lastly, lack of job opportunities to absorb allies who failed in election. It doesn't matter what one does, there are always people who will be left out. There isn't enough space to accommodate everyone who spoke nicely, who gave you a glass of water, who sang a tune with your name. There isn't that space doesn't exist. So,
sounds like you have a problem with the headline. Where is the problem?
I don't have a problem with the headline. I'm just appending my thoughts to the headline. Yes, that's all I'm doing.
What is your view on the headline?
My view on the headline is that Raila is not cornered.
Okay.
In summary. He's not cornered. Yes. This is a sensational headline.
So you have a problem with the headline?
No, I don't have a problem with the headline. None whatsoever.
You disagree with the headline? You disagree with the story?
Actually, I disagree completely. That is a more accurate statement.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. Now, Professor Kithure Kindiki is the cabinet secretary for what? Interior. He's been going around the country. There's a photo here of Professor Kithure Kindiki when he was meeting Wajir and Isiolo leaders yesterday. The man is dressed, muti ya jeshi, meva combat, camouflage, accompanied by Nur Gabo, the deputy IG of police. Now he says the chiefs and their assistants serving in areas affected by banditry will be issued with firearms to support security officers in fighting the menace. Professor Kindiki said the move will be preceded by a thorough vetting of the administrators to ascertain their suitability in the use of weapons in a responsible manner. He says you cannot expect an officer to pursue criminals and recover stolen livestock using a baton. I have directed the security teams in the counties affected by cattle rustling to vet our chiefs and assistant chiefs so that we can arm them to protect their lives and property of Wananchi. He was speaking in Abarjahan Primary School, Wajir County, yesterday, and he said the administrators will be assisted by the police officers to fight crime and enforce law and order effectively. He also directed that an additional 200 National Police reservists be recruited in the devolved region as part of efforts to beef up the security sector and provide a sustainable environment for development. We will not have investment and socio-economic growth in northern Kenya without lasting peace, security and stability. We can only open up this region to investment through improved policing. Professor Kindiki lauded police officers for their selfless sacrifice in protecting the lives and property of fellow citizens. And he went on and on and on and on. So, thrust of this, 200 extra National Police reservists to be recruited and chiefs to be given bastola.
To be given what?
Bastola. Bunduki.
Oh.
Otherwise known as gun.
Bastola ni bisto.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Bastola ni bisto.
Bisto. He is right.
And pistol ni pistol.
What else could it possibly be?
How do you get bastola? Why are you looking at me like that?
A P can easily become a B. Just like a D can easily become a B.
No, it cannot. No, it cannot. No.
A D cannot become a B.
Well, if you're writing it, maybe, and if you're 5 years old and you have a little bit of problem with recognition of letters, then you can,
You clearly haven't studied the mother tongue contribution.
D and
English.
B?
Yes.
Tell me P and B in terms of pronunciation.
All right.
Good Lord.
Kama utaki si ni sawa. Wewe kama utaki
Tuna hiyo pia.
kana.
Na mimi nikae na D yangu.
It's a free country.
Yes. Very free country.
Pistola is pistol.
It's a free country. City. There was some interesting headline that you were reading.
Yes, there were interesting headlines. Let me start with the Business Daily.
Okay.
Right. Now, here, a third, according to this article by a gentleman by the name of Charles Moniki, a third of Kenyan loan accounts are listed as defaulted with the country's Credit Reference Bureau. In an economy where COVID-induced job cuts, business closures, and runaway inflation have pushed thousands of people into a debt trap. Central Bank of Kenya data indicates 7 million of the 19 million accounts listed with the CRBs have been in default and include 4.2 million linked to mobile phone loans. Already, the regulator has asked banks to write off half of the defaulted mobile loans, estimated at over 30 billion, hitting banks like NCBA Group that accounted for 70% of the defaulted phone debt. The number of defaulted, I move now to page 2, accounts, what am I saying, have grown by 52% from the 4.6 million recorded in December last year. So, in Mingi, when the CRBs had 15 million unique borrowers on their records. Let me say this, You know this borrowing app that you have on your phone, M-Shwari and M the other one? Okay? It's nestled in NCBA. NCB in your bank. Safaricom is bank. So if there are defaults in that particular sphere, they'll reflect in the books of
the bank.
The bank. Yes, okay. The signals, this signals the worsening of cash flow problems for majority of Kenyans who are yet to fully recover from COVID-19 related economic hardships. Out of the 19 million unique borrowers with CRB records, some 12 million have records of performing loans at the point where we started the credit repair mechanism. CBK Governor Patrick Njoroge said yesterday during post-monetary policy committee briefing. The number of blacklisted loan accounts will prejudice the chance of millions of Kenyans being able to borrow more to grow their businesses or for projects. Most definitely. I looked for this thing and I looked for a solution. I am still looking.
Ukakosa.
I'm looking. I'm sure I'll come across it somewhere.
Ukakosa. Okay. On page 20 and 21 of the Standard today is an advertisement published by the clerk of the Senate, Jeremiah Nyegenye. Okay. And this is publication of names and particulars of applicants for nomination to the membership of the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
Okay.
This is pursuant to the Constitution and the law on the Commission on Revenue Allocation, where on the 15th of November, the Clerk of the Senate published an advertisement for applications for nomination to the membership of the Commission on Revenue Allocation. At the close of the application period on November 23rd, Wednesday at 5 p.m., a total of 139 applications had been received. The Clerk of the National Assembly has now published those names of those who have applied for jobs. Kama ulikuwa umeapply, anda uangalie jina yako. I can see here there's a name of some names that look familiar. Like there's one here called Priscilla Nyokabi Kanywa from Nyeri County. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes.
I'm sure if I look through others, we'll find some names that are also. So what happens next? What happens next is that all these names shall be forwarded to the political parties represented in the Senate for nomination of nominees. Okay? These ones shall be taken to the political parties. The political parties shall nominate 5 suitable nominees in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution and the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act, according to the proportion of members in the Senate. And then those names shall be submitted to the National Assembly for approval. Hivo too. You want to get a job at the Commission on Revenue Allocation? All you need is that your political party to nominate you. Simbo. Now, it shall go according to the strength of the political parties in the Senate. So you can be sure that UDA will have a majority of the 5 nominees that go in. And then the others will now have the rest of the pickings.
Okay.
Haya, tuambie story.
You remember in 2016,
yes,
there were the Olympics at Rio, and there was a scandal about, Kenya's delegation to and many other things, how it happened. There was corruption, blah, blah.
Yes.
And there was one gentleman by the name of Stephen Soy, who was the head of the mission to the Rio Olympics. Remember?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he was serving a 15-year jail sentence at the Committee Maximum Security Prison for his role in the Rio Olympics fiasco. Well, he has been acquitted. High Court Judge Esther Maina quashed the sentence and ordered his release from prison, where he had been for 1 year and 2 months. He's wrongly convicted even after giving satisfactory explanation about the charges he was facing. It is better to give him a benefit of doubt than to have him in jail. The court finds merit in his appeal, quashed the conviction and set aside the jail sentence, Maina said. Justice Maina also spared Soy from paying a fine of 115 million shillings, ruling that the Anti-Corruption Court Chief Magistrate Elizabeth Juma did not carefully consider the evidence Soy provided to prove his innocence and only relied on one side of the story to send him to jail. Soy, a retired senior police officer who was Team Kenya's chef de mission at the 2016 Olympics Games in Rio de Janeiro, was jailed in September 2021 after the magistrate found him guilty of the 6 counts of misuse of public funds. He was found guilty of unlawfully authorizing cancellation of air tickets amounting to 9,795,000 shillings, authorizing the purchase of unutilized air tickets amounting to 19 million and approving payment of 15.3 million as allowances for Team Kenya officials. The magistrate had ruled that as the head of the Olympics Committee, Soy drew an exaggerated budget and through his conduct worked towards spending the money without following proper procedure, which led to the loss of public funds. Justice Maina, however, quashed all the magistrate's findings, ruling that Soy had no option but to take some of the actions he did as head of Team Kenya. Maina ruled some of the decisions he made were beyond his control and cannot be blamed for the actions he took. It is better to have just one person in jail with sufficient evidence than 99 prisoners who were wrongfully jailed.
Wow. So he's free?
Yep. He'll be processed and out probably by the weekend.
Okay. As he goes free, there's a police officer who will be replacing him. Ukondani. An officer attached to an elite police unit in Nairobi is expected in court to answer to murder charges. This follows investigations by IPOA that concluded investigations into the shooting of 2 men. In a statement released yesterday, IPOA chairperson Ann Makori said the officer, who is Corporal Ahmed Rashid, based at Pangani Police Station, is required to present himself before the High Court in Nairobi to answer to charges of murder. They want the officer tried for the murder of Jamal Mohammed and Mohammed Dahir Khairi, who was shot dead in March 2017 on claims that they were criminals. So, IPOA received a complaint from the family. They conducted investigations. They presented their file to the ODPP. The DPP said, "We agree with you." Hapa, this officer stepped outside the guidelines. This officer then ought to be charged with murder. So yesterday, IPOA moved to the High Court in Milimani, Nairobi, and obtained a summons against the police officer to attend court and take a plea on the 8th of December.
Oh.
Yep.
You know, it is good we have a judicial system, and it is good that we have a security system, and it is also good that we have processes that are set out to ensure that we live safe lives in this country, but also perpetrators, people who go against the law, pay the price that is set out in law for them to receive. This discussion about the police and the rising issues around the police force or the police cadre of employee, the ecosystem in which they exist and the discussion around it, the issues about the psychosocial support that they need, the issue about their housing, the issue about... I say this because if you do not understand that the problems you see have a source, that they come from somewhere, and if the problems seem to increase, the source has not been attended to, the things that need to be changed and rectified have not been attended to, then essentially we will continue along this path. It's a downward spiraling issue. The welfare of the police men and women in this country is not adequately catered for. That is my opinion. They are not looked after adequately. They do not have the sort of support system that you require to be able to carry out their duties well. Someone who does wrong, yes, the law must take its course. However, have you ever heard of a case where, for instance, somebody makes a judgment that is later considered wrong and somebody was in jail? The person who made that wrong decision, what happens to them? Is it just a slap on the wrist of, okay, you made a wrong decision, and yet someone's life was affected permanently?
Yeah.
It's the nature of things.
Good.
One judicial officer will be presented with evidence. One judicial officer will consider the evidence before them. One judicial officer will find you guilty. One judicial officer will convict you and sentence you. You will appeal. It goes to a different judicial officer who reviews all the evidence and the decision and how you arrived at your decision, and they disagree.
Yes.
Now, the judicial officer who makes whatever decision that they are making in the course of their duty is protected by law.
There is a unit within the judiciary, a training school. Okay? Is it then possible that when judicial officers who have made decisions such as this one, against a backdrop of many decisions that they've made which have carried the day, what is the retraining process?
Why do they need to be retrained?
Oh, yes, they do. Because...
Maybe the one who has sat on the appeal is the one who needs to be retrained.
I am not single. I am not single sourcing the magistrate. No. I am saying that the process of reacquainting people who do that job with the details of what they're supposed to do, call it a refresher course. It is always a good thing.
But remember, we sat here with Justice
Smoking
Wanjala,
yes,
who is now heading the Judicial Training Institute.
Yes.
And all judicial officers go through this periodic
refresher
courses.
Yes.
And now what I'm hearing you say is that when a judge makes one decision and then it's overturned, then that judge who made the initial decision needs to be
You hear me correctly. And why I am saying something like which is in essence quite alarming is this. the decisions that are made have very far-reaching consequences. Okay? The review of that decision is what now the appellate courts do. They are reviewing that decision.
Yes.
And if that review is unsatisfactory, it is taken to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
This is how the law works.
Yes.
And I am saying that review, good as it is, what happens to that particular individual? Because there is a reason why that person made that decision. There is something they understood.
In their own merit, excuse me, in their own merit as an independent judicial officer.
Let's do the news.
I mean,
this one of your city.
City.
Hey, 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is Newsroom Dennis Aseto. Opposition leader Raila Odinga, who attended National Assembly Justice and Legal Affairs Committee meeting on the removal of 4 IEBC commissioners, has termed the process as unconstitutional. Raila says the probe is politically motivated and is a continuation of the witch hunt mission that President William Ruto is on. Raila has further advised the commissioners to boycott the hearings.
The Ruto admission is taking us back to the state of affairs of the 1980s. This kind of impunity, selective injustice, and capture of institutions will have grave consequences. We are here to sound a warning. No one should lie to this regime. We want to warn this regime that we will not sit back. If deepening and widening the divisions among Kenyans is what the UDA regime wants, we will only be too happy to help them along that path. The injustice being inflicted on the IEBC commissioners, if it proceeds as currently conceived, will mark the beginning of a massive pushback against the Ruto and those who think like him. But the people of Kenya will openly and robustly lead that pushback.
Wiper's Kalonzo Musyoka reiterated Raila's statement, saying that Ruto's government is acting with impunity to persuade 4 IEBC commissioners. Kalonzo also said that they'll continue to push for the ban of GMO foods in the country.
Why in the world would we want to heap more hurt and despair to a population that is already reeling under the weight of drought? Compounded by GMO politics, GMO, without any public participation. And here I want to thank the Catholic Church for beginning to show leadership. We're not going to kill our people through GMO. And I think as Kenyans, we are very good at forgetting things very fast. But how do we forget about that which is going to kill us with cancer? Kwa hivyo, I don't like things that are politically motivated. And therefore impeachments, Kenyans, remember, politically motivated impeachment at the Senate, and this is what is being worked out. I want to urge the Committee of JLAC to stand as a different committee.
And Kenya's Martha Karua has said that the president is acting out of law.
The Commission Act clearly says 6 months to the end of the term of the chairman, a selection panel must be formed to start the journey of finding the new chair. Chebukati's term ends in January, and instead of forming a panel, William Ruto is busy trying to have the act amended so that he can have a selection panel that will create a commission after his own heart. The commission is for all Kenyans, not for one person.
And politician Brian Haimba lost a petition he filed to contest the election of his opponent Idris Baraza in the August parliamentary poll of Kimilili constituency. Bungoma High Court Judge Justice Mary Kasango at the same time slapped Haimba with the 2.7 million shillings fine for the defective petition he filed after Baraza was announced the winner. She observed that Haimba failed to provide sufficient evidence that the election outcome was marred with irregularities. She ordered Haimba to pay 1.1 million shillings and 800,000 shillings each to IEBC and Kimilili's returning officer. Baraza, who vied on a UDA ticket, won after garnering 26,861 votes against Haimba's 9,497 votes. Still in the corridors of justice, and a former Kenyan Olympic Committee official, Stephen Soi, was released from prison after Nairobi court overturned his conviction for embezzlement at the Rio Olympics. Soi and former sports minister Hassan Wario were last year found guilty of misappropriating 55 million shillings during the 2016 Olympic Games in Rio. A former police officer, Soy, was sentenced to 17 years in jail unless he agreed to pay a fine of 105 million shillings. However, a judge at the Nairobi court ordered his immediate release. Wario and Soy, who served as team leaders in Rio, were found guilty of diverting money and kit from U.S. sports equipment manufacturer Nike, worth millions of shillings, which were later confiscated from a house in Nairobi's upmarket western suburb. And normal power supply was restored after a fault at the senior substation was fixed. The power outage affected various parts of the country. Kenya Power said its technical team worked hard to make sure that power has been restored. Kenya Power said the outage is as a result of system disturbance. And the Kenya Urban Roads Authority has reported the death of their 3 staff in a road accident along the Eldoret-Kitale highway, which claimed 6 lives. Kura Director General John Chaboy says the accident involved the official vehicle, an identified tractor, and a PSV along Eldoret Southern Bypass near Sosiani Bridge. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The Spice Newswire is brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro. Go ahead and get yours today. It's your time.
In and outbound traffic on Jogoo Road is a thing this morning, and also looking at the same on Lunga Lunga. That's then going to connect with Likoni Road coming into the city. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway, which in about 30 minutes has done some magic. And now we have some bumper-to-bumper heavy traffic all the way through to the city and touching just on Wangari Maathai Highway. Kiambu Road is also building up, and we have the same on Limuru Road this morning. Looking at coming out of Westlands, it's also pretty heavy as we see it for now. Gong Road doesn't look too bad. You're probably going to get a clog up of that as you go then towards Community and then out into the CBD. All right, still not too bad even with all of that. Let's keep an eye on things and see as we go towards traffic hour what happens. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
7 minutes
the
after
only
7.
way to...
It's time to step up and do what? And shine. Stand a chance to get instant airtime or data with every purchase of specifically marked tin of black kiwi shoe polish. What do you need to do? Walk to your nearest store, buy a tin of kiwi black shoe polish, and once opened, find a unique code under the lid. Then you dial *459*5#. That's *459*5#. Send the code to stand a chance to win up to 35,000 shillings school fees worth of school fees every week, courtesy of Kiwi. Stand up and shine. Courtesy of Kiwi black shoe polish. Now we have guests in the studio on what to talk about the taxi business in the country. Before we welcome and introduce the guests, City is still bragging with his gadgets.
Actually, this isn't bragging. It is fact stating. Okay? In fact, now that we have guests, see this tab, brethren. It's called a Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra. This gadget that I'm holding here. Now, when you use it, you'll be amazed at the clarity with which you actually get to see things. Sometimes I get the impression that they're even clearer than when I just see them with my so-called naked eyes. Okay, but we have a proverb from the country of Western Sahara that we want to read.
Such a braggart. Mtu alinunua tab mpya hajatoa karatasi.
Sasa si tab ilikuja na karatasi, si ni kweli? Wenye kutengeneza tab walijua kwa nini waliweka karatasi. Sasa huyu ambaye hajatengeneza tab anazungumzia uvumbuzi ya wengine. Okay? Sawa. Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite.
Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite. Hiya, let me introduce the guests. Julius Nyaga is the chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya. He's here alongside, this is Justin Nyaga, sorry. He's here alongside Julius Adongo, who's the chairman of the Online Drivers on Magadi Road Zone. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Karibuni sana katika kipindi cha leo.
Asante sana.
Starting with you, Chairman Adongo, chairman of the Online Drivers Magadi Road Zone. This proverb of today's, better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite. What do you make of it?
It sounds so big, eh? I think coming from a wise man like City, I have no objection.
Just repeat what you've just said again.
But of course he is, He is. Yeah. I think that's what the community should understand. Yeah.
Bwana Nyaga,
yes.
What do you translate, what do you interpret from this proverb?
Coming from, better to be a
devoted heathen
than a
devoted hypocrite.
Yeah. I think it has some meaning, deep meaning. But we cannot elaborate it for now because if we go deeper, we might touch some issues. So I think
we leave it like that. We take it as it is, face value.
Yeah.
You are the chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya. Tell us about this organization.
The Organization of Online Drivers is an organization that began about 1 year ago. With a vision to streamline this industry after recognizing that there were some shortcomings in the industry whereby drivers were not represented well. So we decided to start that movement to represent drivers and to stand for them in terms of need and for the grievances to be heard by relevant authorities. So it is a registered organization with a membership of over 2,000 members, and we are doing well so far. That is all I can say about the organization.
Your members are drivers?
Yes, we are all drivers, and not only driver but an online driver, meaning you must be driving with Uber, Bolt, Little Cab. These are
the
e-hailing companies. Yes. For you to qualify to be a member, you must produce a PSV badge. We verify through the NTSA hub, and then we give you qualify to be a member, even through a small registration fee of 100 shillings.
So owners of vehicles, if I own a vehicle and I've put it into Uber and I've given it to a driver, I cannot be a member.
No, you cannot be a member. We have separated that. We have the section whereby drivers are there alone, and also we have a part for partners, of which we have to include them now as another organ, not inside the online drivers fraternity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask a similar question to Julius. Julius, you are chairman of the Magadi Road Zone. Does this mean that this association, the organization, is then broken into zones, or is this a different organization that you represent?
No, it's not really a different organization. What we came to realize, all these drivers, they come from somewhere. They come from somewhere to the CBD. That's how the word zone came about. Because, we wanted to reach as many drivers as possible based on where they come from. So that's
where they come from means what? Where they live?
Where they live.
Okay.
Because now that is where everything starts from. Everything starts from there, where you live. So you see, when you get someone in the CBD and you ask him, where are you coming from? That person will tell you, I'm either coming from Kitengela, I reside in Kitengela, I reside in Magadi or Rongai or Kikuyu. So you find these people, they don't know one another, but they are doing the same job. They're in the same company. So then we said, okay, what can we do to at least to reach as many people or as many drivers as possible? That's why we started zoning these drivers based on where they live.
How many zones then do you have?
So far we have almost 20 zones within Nairobi. Yes.
Yeah.
What does this zoning help to do apart from just getting to know each other? I mean, okay, it's great. Well, drivers on the what beyond just being in an association. What does it help to do?
Okay, thank you so much. I think these zonings help a lot because it brings something like confidence to the drivers that so and so or Justin and Julius, we come from the same place. We can start doing something in common because we are in the same company. We're doing the same job. What can we do to better our future? Number two, this zoning help in planning and organizing, because as drivers, you all know it's online and you are independent. You see, when you are independent, no, you are not answerable to anyone. But when you feel that this person we are living or we are coming from the same place we can start something like a welfare, we can start something like a circle, we can grow ourselves. Because now we are there already. We cannot keep on complaining day in, day out. We can use what we have to get what we don't have. Thank you.
Julius, Justin.
Yes.
Did you drive taxis before the apps were introduced?
Yes. My history is a bit long. I did drive taxis before Uber came in, and it was a better job. It paid well, and immediately when Uber came also it was a better option because it was like it introduced a system whereby you can get your passenger even without struggling to get him or her. And even the passenger can easily reach you, and you can take him from his home just outside the premises. So that one was a bit good to us. We embraced that idea. Later on, the industry continued to to change the way we thought it will grow. It didn't. So they started deducting the prices per kilometer. They started introducing other payments like booking fee, and also increased commission charges. So in the end of the day, things turned out to something different from where we began.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uber was good. Taxi without Uber was also good.
Was also good.
So, you say the numbers increased, things changed, COVID came, petrol went up, continues going up, profit margins reduced. But if there are more people who joined the business, it means your membership grew.
Yeah, our membership grew.
Yes.
And but now the competition also came from other hub companies that came in.
Okay.
From initially it was only one company in Kenya. That the first company I think was Little Cab was trying to come up with that idea. Then Uber came in and took the market. Then it was like all Uber. And even today, if you go to book even boat or any other application, people use that term Uber.
So Uber is now universal for all
It is all
apps.
universal for all. But now, the thing is, after Taxify, other hub companies came, they started competition through the pricing and lowered the prices. And the prices cannot affect them because they are collecting the same percentage of commission for the drivers. And they have increased the number of passengers. So they are okay, they are earning the same amount, but drivers as a middleman, he is suffering.
Actually, I would argue not as a middleman, as a partner.
As a partner.
As an equal partner, because in the absence of the vehicle and the driver, there is no money for the app and those who own it. It'll just be an app. Okay? So, when you say that there is this, I'm calling it a disconnect between the drivers, owners of the app, are we saying that you have not had an opportunity to have discussions with the people who own this app and to explain to them the problems you're facing?
Now, that is where the issue of migration and the switching of this foreign application comes in. Because one, they don't pay attention to drivers. They dictate everything for drivers. Wakiamua ni hii shilingi 20 unachukua ni hiyo. If they wakiamua ni commission wanapeana, or maybe the whatever wanapeana without kutaka kujua driver anasema nini. So that's why we are saying we need a company yenye ina pay attention to drivers. Tunaongea, tunakaa chini, tunapitisha na tunaamua vile tutaendelea, because we are partners, we are not employees. And if we are employees, then tuwe declared as employees. Tulipwe kama ni wakati mtu amepata ajali ama medical whatever cover, pension tuwekewe. Kama sio hivyo, then we are partners. We have to sit down and discuss way forward of this business.
Okay.
Yes.
Before we get to maybe what a local hailing app would be able to do and what you think the difference will be, what are some of these issues that we are talking about that drivers today who are operating on the foreign apps, hailing apps, are suffering from? Because I'm seeing comments also coming in that taxi drivers are suffering. What are some of these things?
Oh, okay. Some of these things are security issues. You see, these apps, like my brother just said, they care about the commission. Like, they care about themselves. They don't care about this person called the driver. And that's why we are here, for this person called the drivers. Or you find a situation whereby when you request app, you are called city. I know him as city. But in the app, he will write himself like comrade. So when you are going to pick someone called comrade, if you are asked, where are you going to? I'm going to pick someone called comrade. Who is this comrade?
I don't know.
So that's where the security come in. So our drivers are subjected to a situation whereby they don't know who they are carrying. You reach a customer, you find there are 3 people or 4 people, but the person who booked is one, is the comrade. This comrade is coming along with other 4 people.
With other 4 comrades.
With or your car, because Bolt always specify that you should carry 3. And most customers or most riders always ignore this intentionally. Because they are telling you your car should carry 4. Yet I'm having that car Alto. You know that car Alto. I know city you have been into that car Alto. Very
even
small.
This morning when I came to work, I was in an Alto.
Thank you.
Yes.
So the best carrying capacity would be 3 passengers.
3 passengers. Because there are categories. You see this app, they have categories. There are this light, there's this base, XL, and whatever.
Okay.
But you find whereby a customer anajua hizi zote. Because when you request, everything pop into your screen.
You're shown everything.
You are shown everything. But he select the cheapest. For example, from here to JKA, it's around 400. This 400, app company will take 100 bob. Then you reach the JKA, you pay 100 bob for the parking fee. As a driver, you remain with 200. You are the labor. The car you have wear and tear. All those
Fuel.
things.
So
fuel.
I've heard you say 2 things. Let's go through them step by step. So number 1 is security.
Yes.
And the security is that at a point when you receive an alert that there is a passenger, you don't get to know exactly who this passenger is and how many will be getting into your car. But you've been told by the company that for this particular type of car, carry a maximum of X, 3, 4, 7. If you are driving a capacity of 3 and passengers come as 4, Are you not at liberty to say, no, I can only carry 3 of you?
Thank you. I think you are, but sometimes because you see, these app companies, they, like I said before, they don't care about the driver. You will cancel that trip, but your rates will fall down, meaning you will be subjected to deactivation.
Comrades will rate you poorly.
Yeah.
And then the app will also see you are cancelling too many trips. Uko na shida.
Yes.
And the app does not ask you, why are you cancelling
the trip? They ask you that. It's there on the screen. When you are cancelling, you can give that...
the reason why.
Yeah, but they will overlook that. They will not, like our Jali, they just say, you are cancelling. Because, for example, when you are in CBD at around 4, you will get a lot of requests. So that's coming from River Road, or Latema. Of course, you are maybe in Tomboya or Nyayo house. You cannot reach to that customer.
Packed.
Yeah, jam is packed. How can you reach this person? So you will end up cancel like 10 of them. But this app company, because they are international, foreign, they don't know how our city look like.
Has it been possible to explain? Because this is something that makes sense. Look, the person who is also hailing, the person who is making the request, sometimes you'll find that, and it looks like we're going into the details, but I think it is important to then be able to understand the full thing. So for the person that you've explained this thing to, look, I am at Letema Road, for example. By the time I try to make it to come to Nyayo House, it's going to take 45 minutes. Yeah. You would not be able to wait. That's something that somebody can understand. Can I meet you halfway kind of thing? So if you can explain to the person who is riding, the people who are overseeing this platform, is it not possible for them to also be explained to the road network in the CBD, for example? Has that been tried? Have they understood kind of thing?
Yeah, some do, but now the problem is this.
I'm talking about now the platform.
The platform.
The bosses, as it were.
Oh, no. These people, they don't. What they want is for you to pick the customer. Because, okay, you can get a request like 6 kilometers away from where you are. Then they expect you to go and pick this customer. Remember, you are using your own fuel to go for that 6 kilometers ride, only to take this customer a half or 1 kilometers trip. You see, you are making his losses. So our drivers are suffering day in, day out.
Let me ask this question: when you get a notification that there is a potential customer who wants to go wherever it is they want to go, do you know where they're going? Does the app tell you where you're going? No, if you don't ask, does the app tell you this person wants to go to this destination?
Some apps, no. They don't identify where they are going. They hide that feature. And that's why we are saying we want to know, first of all, where the customer is going. 2, the amount to be paid. 3, the discount that is to be given for that trip. Why? To avoid inconveniences whereby I pick up a client here, I'm taking him to Thika, and I can see my fuel is not enough to come back. So because the trip is cash trip, I expect when I get to Thika, I have those 100 or 1,500, I fuel my car back. Unfortunately, when I get to Thika to end the trip, it tells me passenger has been discounted 1,200, so he is paying 300 shillings only. So in that scenario, we are frustrated. You start calling your neighbors and your friends for something small to fill
and this
your
happens
car.
a lot.
Yes.
I've actually been in an Uber, yes, and at the end of the trip, I got a discount. And I remember the driver saying, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I get a discount all the time. So because I use Uber every day, rather I use the cab hailing. I only use Uber. I don't even use any other. But the point is, was there a time when you were notified of the destination that your passenger or your potential client wants to go to? Was there a time?
Before you picked them?
There are. But you see, now the problem is, sometimes you find a customer is coming to, for example, here, and this customer, instead of putting or inserting
Standard
Group, this person will say, I'm going to Airtel. Because when he inserted or put Standard Group, the fare increased. But when he put Airtel, the fare
cheaper
increased.
by 100
But he will
bob.
just tell you, please, I
Ni hapo
forgot.
tu mbele.
Ni pale tu mbele. At whose cost? You at whose cost? Number two, about this app company. For example, we are the drivers. They want us to collect for them booking fee. We are not KRA to collect booking fee for them.
How do you collect?
Because they are
booking fee?
charging, they are charging customer when you book a ride. This app company, they charge you a booking fee as a customer. So when you
and when I cancel, what do they do?
Before they used at a loss of the drivers. When you cancel, maybe the drivers are come 2 kilometers away from where he was, and you feel like this driver is taking too long. Maybe driver kwa jam tu lakini amesa cover almost 2 kilometers. You cancel, driver go at a loss. So this app company, they charge the riders booking fee. Uber is around 11%, but you customer, you don't know. So when you request, we'll say, it's charging 500. This is fair. But remember, this money is not going to the driver. Almost 28% or 25% is going to the app company, not the driver. Yes.
We'll talk about now the percentages that you have to pay and what you end up taking, so we understand, and then what you are proposing as your solution going forward. It's 7:30. The gentlemen in the studio are Justin Nyaga, who's the chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya, which is an organization with over 2,000 members. All of them are drivers using taxi hailing apps. Right? That's what it is. Yes, it is. Taxi hailing apps. Yeah. All of them are drivers. And then Julius Adongo is a member of this organization, but he's also the chairman of the Online Drivers Magadi Road Zone. There are several zones. He tells us there are over 20 zones within the association. They've zoned themselves so that they are also easier to communicate with one another. Time for us to take that break. I went to Two Rivers Mall the other day, and I saw the office of Centum Real Estate. I walked in there, and pretending I have never heard anything about Centum Real Estate. Very nice office. They have a place where you sit down, they have a giant screen, and they tell you, these are the projects that we have. They put videos and photos on the screen and take you through it. Okay? So I told them, nasikia muko na project hapa Kasarani. He's like, yes, it's called 265 Elma Apartments. So tell me more about it. This lady went and started showing me. So this is, the design of the apartments, 3 blocks. The central block at the very top is going to be open. It has some places to relax. It has a mini soccer pitch, tennis pitch, green courtyard up there. Down here is parking, ample parking. They have secure water, and it's water treated on site. They have standby generators, and they're selling 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and studio apartments. You buy from as little as 2.5 million shillings. And if you'd like to get more details, either go to Two Rivers and go to the Centum Real Estate office, or send the word Elma to 22365. Elma is written as ELMER. Beautiful apartments coming up in Kasarani. So you know Kasarani? Yeah. Hapa tu TRM. Ingia shuka chini. Ingia Mwiki Road on the right. When you enter Mwiki Road, just 3 kilometers from Mapo TRM, that's where they are.
Okay.
Right opposite Hako. Good apartments, still under construction. Completion is sometime next year, and you can start paying today. 250,000 shillings at discount deposit, and then you move into home ownership. Big things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Enjoy Black November with Cold Stone Creamery Kenya. Get 2 Gotta Have It cups and 2 cake slices at only 1,500 Kenya shillings, and other amazing deals for you and your friends this November. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and enjoy creamy, smooth ice cream and deliciously crafted ice cream cakes. Ice cream is always a great idea.
This is 00 Direct. Woman host, music by women, and only women guest.
Everything is so larger than life. You kind of have to have a good understanding of who you are. You could easily lose yourself.
We have a global approach in the programs that we put together, meaning that it's not just about refining my business, it's about refining the industry, it's about touching the youth and making sure that in totality, change actually happens.
Catch Double O Direct every Saturday from 10 a.m.
Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, 16 degrees in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 24 and highs of 22. In a rainy Nyeri at 16. It's 12 degrees and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 11. And 26 and light rain in Mombasa, highs of 31 and lows of 25. We'll see highs of 31 as well in Malindi, where it's sunny at 26. Partly sunny conditions at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 29 and lows of 19. And we'll go to highs of 27 in Kakamega, where it's partly sunny at 19. 22 degrees and partly sunny conditions in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And Dar es Salaam will go to highs of 31 today, down to lows of 25. Johannesburg is sunny at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 14. And it's mostly clear in Lagos at 25, going to highs of 33. 31 will be the high, and partly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Spice up your life.
All right, so a little bit of a pile-up on Gong Road today, and that's heading into the city out towards Community. But you'll be all right. Valley Road is also looking like quite something as you're getting into the CBD as well. It's heaviest on the Thika Superhighway today, and we're also looking at traffic coming off of Juja Road inbound. Inbound traffic on Kiambu Road is all inbound, looks in and out, but it's inbound. Ring Road Westlands is piling up quite some, as is James Gishuru, and we're looking at some action then coming in from State House, then towards Kileleshwa, out towards Arboretum. Apart from that, it looks like Friday will not be too difficult to navigate. Let's just try and be careful wherever it is that we are going this morning. A couple of accidents have happened this week that shouldn't have, so let's just be careful going into the weekend. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there if anything does jump out at you, and we'll share.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
At 24 minutes, the conversation continues. Speaking to the nation is Justin Nyaga, chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya, and Julius Adongo, chairman of the Online Drivers from Magadi Road Zone. We're talking about the tribulations of ride-hailing apps and the drivers, and they're saying, you know what, I think we better start looking for solution. Before we took a break, Nyaga, you were explaining to us how much money is then deducted from a driver in a trip. And what is that dependent on? So, for example, let's just give an example of taking a trip somewhere where at the end of it, it's going to be 1,000 bob for the passenger. So I've paid you 1,000 shillings. Haya, kata pesa.
Okay, when you pay me 1,000 bob, I'll first of all deduct 25% commission. Then 11% what they call booking fee. And then if there is a issue like parking, I will deduct the parking fees. I think only those three issues.
So around an entire 36% is deducted and goes to the company.
It goes to the company.
Okay.
And you also understand that with the distance that you are paying me 1,000 is not from here to town. It might be from Githurai to Kikuyu for you to pay me 1,000 because the prices per kilometer are too low. You find that some hub companies are even going to as low as 16 bob per kilometer.
Okay.
Which is not fair for drivers, comparing the fuel hikes and how the life is today. Kila kitu imepanda, maisha imepanda, so we expect the hub companies to continue to increase or to review the issues of pricing as maisha vile inapanda juu.
So currently, what's the average price per kilometer across the apps?
They don't charge the same. That's why we have like Uber, they are charging like 26 per kilometer. We have Little Cup at 31. We have Hava at 35 per kilometer. And the other companies, different charges.
Okay. Does this change if there is, for example, traffic, there is congestion on the road?
Now that is a big issue we have, because Uber introduced about 1 year ago what they call unblocked account. Blocked account meaning if you are told you are going to pay 500 or 1,000, even if there is traffic or not traffic, even if we spend some time on the road and you say, oh, I had forgotten to take large, let me buy something at KFC, nothing more, the amount will not increase. So if they introduce that booking fee, when you go to end the trip, you say your account tells you that it is unblocked account. So it cannot increase.
It cannot increase.
It cannot. So hiyo ni changamoto kubwa sana.
So from the 1,000 bob, I see that 360 has been taken by the app.
Yes.
And then you're left with 640.
Yeah.
And this is now what you use to cover all your expenses, including parking fee if you've entered somewhere where there's parking, including fuel and service and fee for the driver and everything.
Everything.
Okay. What is the ideal? How much would you rather retain?
Okay.
If not 64%.
On 20th June, we, after having a long discussion with public participations, the cabinet secretary passed a regulation that every e-hailing company shall deduct not more than 18% of whatever we get. It was to be implemented on 20th September for all hailing companies to comply. Unfortunately, they did not. After 20th September, they failed to comply. We went to NTSA, we did our demos and our kelele. After those kelele, they were given a notice of 14 days to comply to the regulations to be deducting 18%, of which until now, what Uber did changed the game. They lowered the commission from 25% and increased the booking fee from 4% to 11%. So they lowered 7% and they increased another 7%, which they claim it is for the passenger. And now this is what we are saying. We want, if this money for sure is for the passenger, booking fee, let the passenger transact from his app direct to the company, because it is a lot of money. If you book a trip from a town to JKIA, you pay 151 shillings as a booking fee for the other passenger. Then you are deducted your 18% commission.
But you're not paying for the passenger, Nyaga. The passenger is paying. It's just that they're giving you the money.
Do you know it is deducted?
Okay, so how does it work? You get into a cab, a cab. You pay the driver. You then remit to the platform at the end of the month, kind of thing.
Do they deduct directly?
Or, no, because the driver gets the money, isn't it?
Let me come to that.
How do they deduct it?
When I end the trip, they automatically deduct their money in the system. So I owe them some amount.
Okay.
And if it exceeds to maybe they have got different limits, like boat 500, Uber maybe 1,500. If it goes beyond 1,500, which I owe them, they block my account until I pay that one.
Okay.
So that I can continue.
But the point is, when you're ending your trip and the amount that I have been charged is indicated, which I'll also receive on my app, that includes the 11% booking fee.
Yes.
The booking fee is me who's charged. The commission is you who's charged.
But now the problem is, you don't know that you are being charged that booking fee. you as a rider or as a customer, you know that whatever you are paying to the customer, to the driver,
for the ride,
or the cost of the trip.
Yes.
You don't know you are being charged that because they are hiding this to the customer. Now, when you end the trip, or you take a trip from maybe CBD to the airport, which always come to around 680 or 700, or booking fee. I've not done a proper calculation on that. I don't know the exact amount they charge on that booking fee. But when you say that they should take 18% commission, that is according to the regulation which was passed. Because it's not now a draft, it's now a law that this app should deduct 18%.
A maximum of 18%.
Of 18%, which they are doing. But they have just come with my brother Mesema from another angle with this booking fee. So as a customer, when you pay me 1,000 bob, all these 700, you will feel like, this is what? It's worth paying. Giving you this 700 is worth the trip. Not knowing I'll just remain with 400 out of that 700. That's the big issue. The big question. Why are the drivers taken for ride? And they have been taken for a ride for a long time.
No pun intended.
It's actually the driver who's been taken on a ride. Okay, so the argument here is that there's a platform that's being created where you have access to all these riders at the same time, so that because of the so initially it was if they bring down the prices, right, you have more people then who are hailing, you have more people who are riding so that you're not, remember how it used to be in Nairobi, that there would be certain parts of the city that you go to and you would find that there would be taxis lined up, people are waiting and you can go and but here it is that people don't have to come, that it can be in this space whereby regularity of travel then is increased, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you drop off one, and I've been in an Uber many times where I've not hardly gotten out of the vehicle and, there's another one coming in. Does that make a difference?
It doesn't.
You will have many rides in a day, and it will then make up for this issue that we are discussing now, even if the prices are low. Does that help at all?
I think you will have many, even 100 trips. But at the end of the day, when you are going back home, you will find out that in your pocket you have 700. That one is around maybe 10 p.m. and you woke up at around 5 a.m. So you will have many trips, yes. But when you do your calculation, they are not adding up. Because, for example, Bolt, they charge minimum around 190. That's the best fare. But when you end the trip, they will tell the customer, pay 110. You see, now, for you to collect this 110 to reach 100 or 1,000 shillings, how many trips will you do?
About 10.
About 10 trips.
11.
And you are a human being. Umekaa kwa gari pale, paka unakodolea city macho, paka when city come into your car, anasema, my friend, have I wronged you?
That's
because
why you
this
guys
person,
so angry.
this person ametoil, lakini haoni kitu. Ukinini kidogo hivi, fuel. You have to add more fuel for the car to move. But those trips are not adding up. It's better you do trips kidogo, but you have money than many trips na kuna pesa. And you see this customer, some of them, or most of these young men, they have a lady who maybe alienda kumvisit, then he want to take this lady back home. Anasema, let me book for you a Uber. The man booked the Uber, anakwambia, when you reach, call me, give me a call. Ukipiga simu ni mteja, them anakwambia he was the one to pay. So, as a driver, you remember, the app company, wamesa deduct commission yao. They want you to pay. They don't care. So, you see those challenges the drivers are subjecting into. You see, this man, alikuwa ataka to the lady to amuondoke. Nothing more, nothing less. So you see what we are going through. And this app company, they don't understand. They don't have office where you can go and complain. They don't have. They don't have a number which you can call and say, this is what transpired. Please, I need help.
So are we saying, Justin and Julius, that this is not working at all? It's not as in, there's no point for me to wake up and get on the platform in the morning. It's not working at all.
I can say we are actually getting something out of it just for a living, for survival. Because you cannot just stay like that. We are having for survival. But you cannot invest You cannot even stay in a better house. You have to stay in Korogosho there and down there. And your children cannot go to a better school. And even you overwork. There was a research that was done last month by this company called TAU, an union for workers. And they found that online drivers are overworking from 15 hours to 20 hours a day. And some of them we have witnessed, even we had like 4 cases last month, whereby a driver goes somewhere and sits on a car and dies out of fatigue. So, because they are working 20 hours continuously, and if you fail to work for one day, you are subject to pay those commissions for the clients who did not pay. You are subject to pay, maybe you hire that car that you are driving is not yours. You are supposed to pay. So you have to work every single day, and even including the ile siku tunasema ni za watu wapumzike. For us drivers, we don't have those days. Even Sundays, we are busy working.
I'm speaking as somebody who takes an Uber every day, not literally every day, to and from work. Is there not a limit that the apps put on the hours you can work?
No, the problem is they put the limit. But with that scenario whereby you are taking trips of 110, 120. So even they will disappoint you when they block that account and you have only gotten 500 shillings in a day. So they better leave it like that. If we are to die, we die in business rather than blocking that account without any money.
And also to add on that, CT, your question about the limit. You see, for example, Bolt. When you work with those who are working with Bolt, they have that limit of 8 hours, working hours. But remember, so long as you are online, whether you are sitting like this, you are not moving, whether you are in your house, in ISAP. So by the time unapata trip, after maybe 7 hours, you get the trip, they will tell you, your time is up. Please go and rest. You are resting, yet you don't have money.
So it doesn't count the actual trips that you've made.
Yeah, because these ones will be subjected to when you are moving, not when you are not moving.
Now, the two of you gentlemen are raising issues, and you seem to be pointing towards the international, multinational apps. And your campaign is pushing for locally Kenyan-made ride-hailing apps. Why? What difference would it make if you had one that's made here in Kenya and another that's not made in Kenya?
Okay, let me start by saying this. The difference is because the local e-hailing hubs they give us ears to listen to the grievances we have. But the foreign applications, they don't even give us an opportunity to talk to them. So they are like, they block everything, they decide, and they dictate whatever they want to do. But the local applications, we can sit down with them, we can discuss, and we can raise our issues, and they can hear whatever we are saying. So that's the main difference between the local applications.
It's because
and
they have a local presence. They have an office to which you can go.
Yes, even the CEO is here. We can meet with the CEO. We interact. We share the problems we are facing. And so he is a human being. He understands. But now you see the foreign applications are operating under the Netherlands, the Estonians law, and even those call center. If you call your phone, you just need an assistance of something, it will be picked up by someone in Netherlands or someone in a different place that you don't know. There are other hubs even we don't know whether because they don't have their offices here in Kenya. They don't have even the contact persons. We are wondering now, how can we continue like that without someone to reason to our grievances?
But it's a free market. If there's an app that is local, there's an app that's not local, it's about the market to choose.
Now and
those apps to actually promote themselves. Why are the apps not promoting themselves? Why are you drivers still operating foreign apps?
I think CT. I'm used to CT because it's coming from Moroni, my hometown. So I think you see now the problem is this foreign app company. They're competing at the I don't know how to put it, but at the expense of the driver. because their prices are cheap. So as a customer, will you go for a cheap rate or I'll
go for the cheaper one.
For the cheaper one.
Yes.
So that's why the local apps are not managing.
Why are they more expensive?
The reason why they are not expensive. Actually, when you look at the local app, you ask why we are pushing for the local app. This local app, even their rates are better, but wamefinywa na hizi or international ama foreign app, because vile ndugu yangu alisema, when you request even a Bolt, you will say, oh, I'm in a Uber. At that time, maybe you requested using maybe Little Cab or Yego, but you are saying I'm in a Uber coming. Why are you saying I'm in a Uber coming? Because deep inside you know. Uber
but the fact of the matter is, I've used Yego.
You have used Yego,
and you are benefiting, and the Yego company is benefiting. So with time, I'll go and tell Ndu, hey, by the way, I discovered Yego, I discovered Little Cab, and it's actually much better. I'm just asking, why can't the market just be allowed to do the market
thing?
Should
I answer something there?
Yes, Chairman.
We have a problem whereby all our passengers go to the cheaper, as he has said. And you, as a driver, you are expecting that passenger to request you on Little Cab, which is much expensive. So the only request that will come in is for that cheaper application. So you end up doing it even if though you are not ready for it. Instead of staying the whole day without any other request, you end up doing that one. Now that's why we was trying to do this. We convince all the drivers. Unfortunately, we are so many. In Nairobi, we are like 10,000 or 15,000 drivers. Now to bring them together so that we can say we don't want to work with this one, we want to change to this one, then we force all the passengers to come to this one, has been a challenge, although we are trying it, and we hope in the near future we are going to get to there. Yes.
It's not the first time that any of the apps have had issues with the platforms upon which they operate. There have been strikes, there have been downtimes, there have been, many things that have happened. There was even at some point discussions with the CS Transport. That was a couple of years ago. But then after these discussions, everybody seems to go back to, they do, and everybody seems to go back. So that's what I'm saying. There must be something that somebody had a discussion with somebody. And if it's possible to have that discussion so that everybody then picks up their tools and goes back to work, then there must be a possibility of having a discussion further to address some of these matters, because they seem to keep rearing their heads every time it becomes. But the thing is that you're not left.
I think on that,
there must be something that's still sweet.
Yeah, there must be something. And there is something. Because, for example, you see this regulation which was passed, is not being implemented. The NTSA should come clear and tell us, are these app companies above the law? And this is to the government. Because now, we are like any other citizen. And we must be, lazima tusikizwe. We must be heard. And this is something you were saying, my sister. It has been there. And it is still there. Na ndio kitu ambayo inakula hii industry. And that's why anytime we try kuteta kidogo hivi, something always come in. Then all of a sudden, things are back to normal. But remember, what we were talking about, ama what we are arguing about, haijatekelezwa. Ile shida ambayo tulikuwa tunatetea, haijatekelezwa kikamilifu. But things are like, it's back to normalcy. Without resolution, ama without a proper engagement. So that's why we are urging the government. Please, you promise us a lot. Our president now, Daktari Ruto, you know our issues. We have been you, Sakaja, we have been with you, and you know that these drivers are suffering. It's not the time now. I always tell my drivers, this is not the time to complain. This is the time to ask questions, and we are asking questions to the government. Until when will we suffer ndio mambo yetu iangaliliwe ipasavyo?
So what you're basically saying is this is the time to have a conversation. Yeah. Have a conversation with the Ministry of Transport, have a conversation with NTSA, have a conversation with the county governments. For example, Nairobi, of course, you've had a conversation with Sakaja when he was a senator. Now he's governor. Reach out to him. Have you?
Okay, not yet, because they were preparing to come into the office. And we were like, when you approach those offices, you were told you have to wait for the CS to be sworn in and such things. Now, what I can hand on top of what my brother is saying is that why today are we raising these issues, although we had them before, is because we have these new regulations, which is a law. And in the regulation, it states very clearly that any e-hailing company shall not take more than 18% without any other charges. Then it says we should sit down with the app companies, we write an agreement of price mechanism, deactivation policy, and driver contract. And they are failing us, yet they are licensed.
So you just want full implementation of the law as it's written. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you very much for speaking to us. Justin Nyaga is the chairman of the Organization of Online Drivers in Kenya. Julius Adongo is the chairman of the online drivers from the Magadi Road Zone, one of the more than 20 zones within the organization. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asato. The government is seeking to issue firearms to chiefs and assistant chiefs in bandit-prone areas of the northeastern region in a bid to complement state efforts to combat the threat and beef up security in the regions. This is according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Professor Kithure Kindiki, who says that the national government administrative officers will be subjected to a thorough screening exercise to establish whether they are suitable to carry firearms.
Nimeagiza ya kwamba machief na assistant chief wafanyiwe vetting ili wapewe bunduki ya kulinda raia, kwa sababu huwezi tuma chief kufuata ng'ombe na yeye tu ako na hii kijiti ya kazi yake, hana kitu ya kujilinda.
Speaking in Arabajan Primary School, Wajir County, Kindiki noted that once the administrative officers are armed, the government will deploy additional police officers to the areas to aid the chiefs in their banditry mitigation efforts.
Nimeamrisha ile National Police Reservice ambayo iko hapa katika hii mpaka ya Wajir West na pande ya Melti hapa, pande hii ya Wajir West, nimeamrisha ziongezwe bunduki 200. Tunajua maofisa wetu wa usalama hawatoshi, tutaendelea kuongeza idadi yenu hapa.
Ahmed Rashid, the controversial police officer who was caught on video in March 2017 executing 2 Eastleigh-based suspected gangsters in broad daylight, is now facing a murder charge. During the time of the incident, Rashid led the feared Pangani 6 unit, an alleged killer police squad operating in Eastleigh and Madara slums, linked to a number of extrajudicial police killings in the areas. The corporal is said to take plea on December 8th after the Independent Policing Oversight Authority obtained summoning orders from the Milimani High Court to have the officer appear in court. And detectives in Nakuru are searching for a Kisumu University student suspected of robbing a mobile money agent of 1.7 million shillings. The student is one of the 2 suspects alongside a close relative to the owner of the shop, who were caught on CCTV camera assaulting a mobile money agent before taking off with the cash. The CCTV footage shows the agent walking out of the business precincts about 5 minutes past 8 a.m. with the backpack he said was loaded with cash amounting to 4.7 million shillings, money from sales made the previous day that he deposited in a bank. Now embattled Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza has declared that she is still in charge of the county affairs despite unending wrangles with members of the county assembly. Speaking a day after 68 of the 69 MCAs approved an impeachment motion, the governor maintained that service delivery and development projects had not stalled. Kawira at the same time extended an olive branch to the MCAs, whom she accused of playing politics rather than focusing on development agenda of the residents. She said that the unfolding events came as no surprise, noting that it was an opportunity to defend herself in order for the truth to be known.
So we are not worried, we are working, na serikali ya mama iko imara. Serikali ya mama iko nini? Kwa hivyo zile allegations ambazo mmesikia zote, it is good now that you have been given time so that we have a hearing too, na ulimwengu uelewe. Kwa hivyo naomba viongozi hata wale MCAs waje tushikane mikono tufanye kazi kwa pamoja.
And the Kenya Wildlife Services has announced the passing on of a male tusker named Lugard at the Tsavo West National Park. KWS in a statement mourned Lugard as one of the park's most iconic and majestic super tuskers. The state corporation further stated that Lugard was part of a group of elephants that were provided with more security and protection under the Big Tusker project that was launched in partnership by Tsavo Trust and KWS 10 years ago. Now, Ukrainian doctors resorted to performing surgery by torchlight during blackouts caused by the large-scale Russian missile attacks. Boris Tudorov, head of medical services at the Kiev Heart Institute, posted a video on Instagram that he said showed doctors wearing headlamps as they performed heart surgery on a child. The operation had been underway when the power went out. This is according to Dr. Tudorov, and the hospital had no water for several hours. The director of the Michkinova Hospital in the central Dnipropetrovsk region, tens of patients of a critical condition were on surgery tables when the light went out. Anesthesiologists and surgeons put on headlights to save each one of them. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, we're looking at traffic coming out of that whole Kileleshwa area. It's spilling over to and from State House and then going in the other direction towards the Arboretum. So that's busy traffic there. Survey on the Thika Superhighway is pretty heavy as well. Kiambu Road in and outbound traffic is crazy, as well as on Limuru Road this morning. It's coming in from everywhere. Deep Sea Slums, High Ridge, coming out General Mavenge, 10 Road, Lower Kabete, that whole area coming out of Spring Valley. Busy traffic as you're trying to get out towards the city. You know, it shouldn't be for too long. Hopefully, as folks get into where they're going in terms of work, we should be all right. Yes. Coming off Thika Superhighway, much better now as well. Jogo Road started early. We will see that traffic continue for some time. And we're also seeing traffic coming off of Likoni Road this morning. Mombasa Road not doing too badly. We'll get some traffic though after the Nyayo Stadium roundabout as it takes you into the city. Let's keep an eye on things and see how they progress. We're getting into traffic hour proper. Hopefully by 9 we should be able to get some semblance of order. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8 on the 25th of November 2022. Ndu, today is day one of how many days?
16.
Of what?
Days of activism against gender-based violence.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's good. Sansana.
Should I add more?
Yes.
Like how? What?
You were to do some homework and find out when the president addressed a Congomano on gender-based violence here some 2 years ago or something. When did he commit? That
When is
Kenya
homework
will,
due?
When that the country will eradicate FGM.
When is homework due?
The homework? It was due 1 hour ago.
Just give me a few more minutes.
Okay, Sawa. We have a guest in the studio who's joining us now, the MP for Samburu West. Before we welcome her and introduce her to the show, City Muga not only has a Samsung Galaxy Tab 8 S8 Ultra, he also has the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4 phone.
Carry on. And I also have the Galaxy Watch 5 Pro. Mm-hmm.
And the buds are with Ndu.
The buds are with Ndu, and they're doing what they did. They were returned. You see, she hasn't mentioned they were returned.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, every morning when one walks up these stairs to come to work, I choose to walk up the stairs as opposed to taking a lift. Believe me, every day, if I change the pace of my steps, this watch informs me. It's one of the things it does. It
tells you walking faster.
Yes,
than
but
normal.
But in telling me about the steps, it also tells me about my heartbeat. Remember, I mentioned in passing a while ago
that your heart beats.
There's even a song. Anyway, it's an old song. But that path doesn't need to be navigated because it is the same stairs and the stairs haven't changed. However, since we want to talk about the proverb, let me then take hold of the Samsung Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra. Okay? Mheshimiwa, I will ask you what you think of this proverb. So let me say it. Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite.
Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite. The proverb is still from Western Sahara.
This is the last proverb from Western Sahara, the country that borders Morocco, Algeria, Mauritania, and the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
Yes.
Honorable Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
And
City Muga.
City Muga.
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
So now answer the question. That proverb.
What I think, I don't know what the basis was, but
it is all right.
But yeah, but it's to be a hypocrite is a terrible thing. So,
what's your interpretation of it? Better to be a what? Heathen?
Better to be a devoted heathen
Devoted hypocrite.
than a devoted hypocrite. Not a devoted heathen hypocrite. No. They're separate.
Okay.
Yes. Heathen, then hypocrite. Yes.
Is better. So a hypocrite, you think Mwesimo is far worse than everything else.
yeah. And you said it's a Kenyan proverb.
No. Western Sahara.
Oh, Western Sahara.
Yes. Kenyan proverb would have had something different.
Like a?
It is not a bad thing to be a heathen, but it's even better to be a hypocrite. That would have been a Kenyan proverb.
Oh, wow.
Mheshimiwa, welcome to the show. Karibu sana for being here. And you know, guys, I keep saying that I'm very proud of several people, and one of them is the Honorable Naisula Lesuna for all the work that she's done and where she's gotten to. Started working, for those who are new to Jerusalem, championing peace long before she got into elective politics and into politics. In fact, you're an OGW, right?
Yes.
Order of the Golden Warrior. Ulipewa kwa nini?
Yes, I am. And thanks to His Excellency, the late President Mwai Kibaki. Actually, I think I was the youngest then. And for my efforts in peace work, especially between Laikipia, Baringo, and Samburu, and also did a lot of work in different parts of the country, Kuria, Isiolo, Marsabit, Tana River, and different parts of the country, and also after post-election violence in areas like Naivasha and also Narok. But so yes.
So you were championing peace then?
Yes, and I still do champion peace, and people to live in peace and harmony, and to have people to live their full given life. Yes.
You got nominated to the Senate, and then you got elected by the people of Samburu West for the second time now.
Yeah.
One of the things that we noticed is when Professor Kithure Kindiki was being vetted by the National Assembly for the position of Interior CS, you caught the attention of the nation when you asked him a question and you got so emotional that you actually shed a tear. And the question you're asking is with regards to the constant insecurity and banditry, especially in your county of Samburu. And you're asking, when is this going to come to an end? The CS is now currently visiting the entire country and doing trips. Has he visited Samburu?
Yes, he has. And for me, so I'm happy that this is now a national conversation. And that day why I broke down is that I was getting frustrated. And you can imagine as a leader, when you get frustrated, what happens to actually the citizens. Yeah, so that it has become a norm, one life is not too much to be a news story, to be discussed, to cause a national, to get the national attention. And then we've seen times where we've lost so many lives, and even our policemen, up to 42, nothing shakes us, nothing happens as a country. And so I'm happy that it's a national conversation, and it shouldn't end until banditry, until the criminals are flushed out of the north, and until people can live their lives peacefully and conduct their business as normal and as other people in this country. Do you know, I always imagine, if it's in the city or in another town, 2-3 people, it's always headline, it's on Twitter, how crime has gone up. You can imagine now 6-10 people just being shot randomly.
Right.
And that's how I wanted people to see it, that it's about lives. I wanted people to see this criminality in these areas, to have a human face to it. Some people just think it's it's their tradition, it's cultural. What is cultural and normal about people just being killed by other Kenyans in this part of the world? And so I am happy that since then Kindiki has shown to be accessible. He listens to the leaders. We have met him severally as the leadership of Samburu County. I have seen him meet other leaders from other areas, and I hope it's not just the psyche of being new in office. This will not take a day to clear. I've been on it for 15 years, So it's something that we have to be committed, all stakeholders, the leaders, the CS himself, the whole security team, the president himself, everybody. We have to be committed, and it has to be, for me, I see it as a process that we all have to be involved in until lives there actually matter, and people just to stop the nonsense that's going on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Allow me to strip the Mheshimiwa
since
we are coming down to the nitty-gritty of matters here. Naisula, what is the problem? Because you started this long before you became a legislator, right? Recognized for it. We've asked this question across board to different people who've come in, and for conflicts that are happening in different parts of the country. What is the cause of this conflict? Why are people dying because of this conflict? What's the problem?
Okay. So there are many reasons, and some are theories, some are factual, but I'll try to answer your question. So one, while engaging with the communities, there's just first generational hate, just first hate that Samburu grows up knowing that Pokot. You see, we're not saying criminals of a certain community. We're saying Pokots are our enemies. Pokots grow up knowing Samburus, Turkanas are our enemies. So first there is that. And it's generational. From a time, I think a child would be told, please eat before, somebody, someone from that community comes in. And so we found it when we were going around through the communities that there was just, hate and despise of each community. Two, then, of course, there is the whole aspect of criminals and availability of guns, People being able to buy guns and decide that I'll go and steal livestock from others to stock. Theft, so criminals. Then there is the whole aspect. It's a theory, but I think it's the truth. The people who thrive in this, it's commercial. Because you wonder, like just 2 weeks ago, just a few days before CS Kindiki came to Samburu, we were in Samburu West, but in Samburu North, there are criminals in Southor who stole 900 cows. 1, 2, 3, 4, until 900. 900 cows do not disappear to thin air. They are driven. Where do they go? We've been in communication with the CS. They've been trying to do air surveillance and things like that. Where are they? So definitely my own thinking is that then there are people probably who are just ready to put them in lorries and maybe, and bring them here to Dagoretti. I don't know, but I'm sure if we were serious and we had intelligence really to follow, where. And maybe even later when we're talking about solutions, let's put trackers in this, in our livestock. Because it doesn't just make sense how someone can drive away 900 livestock and they just disappear. And I'm sure also there are people in business of the arms, the arms and the bullets and everything. Then, of course, there is the whole aspect of impunity, So someone comes, kills today, steals today, nothing happens to them. If anything, they dare you, the president comes there and says, dare us, do this. The next day, they kill people and take livestock. So they realize, oh, you know what, we can get away with this. So there's a lot of impunity as well, which contributes and continues to become a problem in these areas. Of course, we can't run away from it. There are also some politicians who thrive in it, because going to your own community and telling them you have to stop this, definitely your political points go down. And so, but they are probably, and even just keeping quiet and not speaking about it, even when your community is in the wrong, for me, I take it that you're condoning it. You're condoning it. And so there are very, very many reasons to why this is happening. And that is why I would say this is all known to us. As I said, this is not something that started yesterday. It started, I've been born.
You've grown up with this happening.
So 50 years or so. So, and then many research, many people, we've seen different groups, different people writing, even, documenting on what they think the problem is. And I don't think that is actually something that is not known to those who need to know and to take action.
Is it possible that a community does not know? If this has been happening for so many years, just intelligence is community. People will be the ones who start talking about, I've heard this, I have seen this. We see so-and-so who the other day did not have much wealth, but now they have wealth, and we hear that he's involved in the theft of cattle. Is it not possible that your constituents know who the perpetrators are?
That's the thing. And we have to really, I wanted to say, so I talked about the security apparatus, the politicians, the leaders. This is everybody. And I agree with you, including the community. And when we were when I talked to my constituents and even anyone else, especially from the pastoral communities, and I say also, it's all of us, it's our responsibility, because you can't tell me that, and I talk even to the mothers, you're milking a cow, which for sure your son brought home, and it killed, someone else died, in it. Why are you not asking your son where this cow came from? And so you're also part of the whole problem. Sometimes the criminals gang like 20, 30, 40 of them, or 50. And sometimes they go into a place and they eat goat, they have to be strong before they go. You want to tell me in that whole neighborhood, there's no one who actually saw. And I keep saying, today it's someone else, tomorrow it's you. When they involve themselves in what is it called? The highway banditry. I know of one family where you condone until one day a guy shot his own mother. Because you don't know who is in a vehicle. Right. So as a community and as a people also, we have to say no to this and participate in community policing and say enough is enough. And so, and also on issue of impunity, what I had said is that also the whole aspect of revenge. So you can imagine my 900 cows have gone. So some of the leaders who went to that place told us that they found young men crying, because we were just herding and our livestock is gone. So they wait. So we talk to them as leaders and say, you know what, give the government time. We were actually telling CS Kindiki, we don't remember any government returning stolen livestock. So please be the first one. So you can imagine, then that family, they are left. Sometimes they leave the calves because they can't run with the cows. Yeah. So they leave the calves. The cows are just, there. They have no mothers. They have no milk. They are fed on uji. The parents are wondering, the owners now are wondering, what do we do? What do you think 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, a year later, those young men will do. So they will go and revenge. So now they will go and also bring their own cows. So that also contributes, because then people are just helpless. They give government time. As leaders, we talk to them. We're like, please don't do anything, don't whatever. Someone will just probably sell something else, go buy a gun and say, you know what, this has to come. I'm taking a revenge. And so it's been revenge counter revenge over time.
The situation in the county you belong to is dire, and perennially so. And it tugs the heartstrings when one hears of the killings, the never-ending problems in that particular county. But it makes me ask this question, because this situation that has now morphed into what we call banditry has a cultural background to it. Rites of passage. People did this because it was a rite of passage. Then it morphed. It's now, in many ways, a commercial venture. Now, one of the problems with culture is that communities where, I'm talking research, communities where certain cultural practices, negative and or positive, where they've been maintained, it has to do with the literacy levels.
That's true.
What is the literacy level of your county?
I wouldn't have the facts top of my head, just so that someone doesn't go and get.
27%.
But of course, low.
27%.
Okay. So I agree with you. And a lot of efforts have been put in place, and especially for me, my constituency. When you see me so frustrated, it's because if you come to my constituency, Samburu West, and why we have even been victims of the attacks so much, is because my children are going to school. Actually, if you come to my constituency and look for young men to go and carry guns, actually now they are rethinking, how do we do this? You will not find. And I can take you to my constituency, you see, and that is what we took CS. Why actually my constituency was the first in the last term to get 90 NPRs is because we went with the head of GSU and we took a round of my constituency and the border. We've done infrastructure for schools. Parents are taking their children to school. We have subdivided our land. People have title deeds. People are doing agriculture, farming in their own land. People have just changed their lifestyle there. And now they're so sad that we are being taken back to what we didn't want. So I agree that there are areas, parts of our county, actually in some of our constituencies, where we still have issues of education, and that's why I'm very passionate about education, because I agree with you, most of these cultural issues, even to do with FGM, when a girl goes to school, they will make their own decisions or try to convince their parents otherwise. And so education actually is a game changer. I agree with it, and that's why I'm very, very passionate about education.
You know, beyond even education, there's an anthropological issue to this. I'm going to explain what I mean. You see, if you were to take the evolutionarist view of things and you look at how mankind evolved from being hunter-gatherer, the point where they became farmers and what have you. Now, communities that embraced farming are communities that learned to live in one place and do their business in one place. Now, eventually what they did was they let go of the tendencies they had of being able to protect themselves and being able to forage, this process of fighting, getting from each other and so forth. Now, communities that have remained pastoral retain that particular trait. It's anthropological. The problem is that when it even comes to things like land tenure and understanding land tenure, if you look very loosely at this background, the understanding of land tenure will be very different. Those who've had a history of staying put in one place and being agricultural and following those norms will function in a particular way. The others will not. And their whole view of land and how they understand it and how they understand tenure will be different. Now, education then comes in, because education provides that opportunity for you to understand that there is more to life than what you have understood it to be. people listen to their leaders. If the voice that you represent has brought about changes, and it has, if anyone follows the history of the country you come from, it has tremendous change. But clearly there are others who work against it because they have a completely different perspective, and they're also leaders. Why is it that these leaders are never named and said, so-and-so supports this, so-and-so does this? Because it is not that they are not known.
Ni adui ya maendeleo.
Yes. These people,
yeah.
It's not even adui, Eric. These people commit crimes against humanity. Because when you look at the lives that are lost, when you look, not lost because they die, no. The dying bit is direct. The lives lost here is the opportunity for young men to take advantage of education and to become something other than what they currently are. That's the lives lost that I'm talking about. Opportunities. This is what they do. They're actually killing an entire community without even, and other people don't seem to see it. They look at the people who die.
So who
physically.
do you want to name and shame?
And I don't know them. If I did,
let me
if
say
I did,
this.
I would have mentioned. Yes.
Let me say this and also respond now that you've said it. Also say that because I've remembered. This also happens, because some communities also want to expand land. Because when you keep displacing people and you're moving in, so that is also a reason. There's some communities who live in very harsh climatic conditions, and now that you've talked about land, I've always remembered that, because then you're moving people away from where they live and you move in. On about leaders, and it's very unfortunate. Naming, they've been named. Arrested, they've been arrested. Taken to court, they have been taken to court. The thing is, and I always say it, and as a government and those responsible with the naming, arresting, and taking them to court, if you do not have sufficient evidence, if you've not done your homework well, you're actually creating a hero in those communities. Do you know there are some of my colleagues who just before elections pray that they're arrested? I don't know if you know that.
Well, we understand yes.
Yeah,
how
because
that would help.
especially if I was arrested because I'm defending my community, or because I am said to, to defend my community and to arm them and to whatever. Let me tell you, you'll be a hero in those parts of the country. And I find it just so ridiculous. I don't know. So, for me, I always see it as, honestly, if you're not gonna go the full length and to a reasonable conclusion, which is jail and funga kabisa and throw the keys in hell, please don't start it. Because you're just building.
You're funning it.
You're funning it, actually. Yeah, leave them. Let's go dance to them. Because if clearly you're just arresting to be seen to be doing something, and then you actually don't do it to the end, let's not do anything.
Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 9. The Honorable Naisula Lesuda is the Member of Parliament for Samburu West. We are talking about the constant incidences of banditry, insecurity in Samburu constituency and other parts of northern Kenya. And we're asking ourselves, what will it take to have a permanent solution to this? Is it going to be arming of chiefs, like the CS Kinduki has said? Is it going to be recruitment of more youth into the Kenya Police Reservist or the National Police Reservist? What is it that's going to take to have this coming to an end? We'll be continuing this conversation shortly. Let's take a look at the weather forecast and traffic.
London Mulwa DJ Absolute. When the gang is together.
Got the sugar, got the spice.
Yorada. Yes.
I have missed you like hot hamburgers. Eh?
Like hot hamburgers.
Bad boys give more money than you can count.
Hey, bad boys get more money than you can count. If it's fun, it's funky, it's fresh, you're definitely going to catch it here. I don't know what you do every day from 11 a.m. to 3 o'clock, but if I were you, I'd tune in to
Sugar and Spice only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So if you say it's on, then it's on.
Yeah.
All right, cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 17. highs of 23 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 15, highs of 24 and lows of 13 in Nakuru, and light rain at 16 in Nyeri, highs of 22 and lows of 14. Cloudy through Eldoret at 15, highs of 24 and lows of 12. We're looking at rain in Mombasa, highs of 31, and Malindi will see highs of 31 as well. It is a rainy morning there. Sunny conditions at 21 in Kisumu, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27 in a sunny Eldoret. In a sunny Kakamega at 22. Kampala, sunny at 21, highs of 25, and into Dar es Salaam, it's raining at 27, highs of 31 and lows of 25. We have mostly sunny conditions at 21 in Johannesburg, with highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly clear Lagos this morning at 24. It's also 24 and partly sunny in Kinshasa, highs of 31.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, looking at traffic, not really had much of it this morning. Usual suspects just trying to get in and out of the city this morning, it being a Friday, and we know also we'll probably see lower levels of traffic in the coming weeks. Schools have closed, everybody's rattling down going into the leaner months. So that's what we're looking at now. Jogger Road, not too much traffic after the train station, and then also looking at Gong Road, which seems to have settled down quite some as well. The Thika Superhighway, you have traffic just at the Utali Drift now, heading out towards the Pangani Underpass, and there is some traffic on Kiambu Road, which seems to be fizzling out at rapid speed. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter, just in case.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Naisula Lesura MP Samburu West. Some of the comments coming in. Karonete Good says, I'd say education and empowerment of the youth is a solution. It's the only way to break outdated cultural practices. But the problem is politicians thrive in poverty and ignorance. Jeremiah goes with what you said, Naisula, that tag some of the cows with trackers and get to know where they're taken. And Andrew is saying banditry in the North Rift is a law enforcement problem that requires comprehensive solution to reduce access to weapons and ammunition, enhance intelligence gathering, prevent cattle rustling, curb money laundering, and restore order.
Naisula, one of the suggestions, one of the recommendations that we heard from another member of parliament was that if there is adequate representation of security agencies and forces in these areas, that it will act as a deterrent for some people. I believe what he said was every kilometer, let there be some kind of, security presence. And if the people would be bandits, soon to be bandits, future bandits, whatever you want to call them, see this presence, the likelihood of them engaging in these activities of conflict then would reduce. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so my thinking on that will be, and I get from all the comments that have come in, is that this needs a holistic approach. So definitely from the security angle, that's what you've talked about, enough presence. Although I can tell you for a fact, for example, like in Baragoi, we actually have the army there, we have the GSU camp there, we will now have NPR. So I don't think that's really, it is a solution. It's part of the solution. And the inclusion of NPR will help because they understand the terrain. They are closer there. So it will be, fast response as well. So definitely from the security angle, that is important. Two is to make sure, now the security angle, what has been said as well. So the issues to do with the police, enforcement, issues of intelligence. I think we need to work smarter than this. I find it so interesting when I had one of my colleagues say, it's just young men in a bush there who have never gone to school, so we're being overrun as a country, as educated people,
By young
sophisticated
men in the
intelligence, as in with everything as a country, we are accepting that we are being overrun by a few 1% young men who've not gone to school. They are more sophisticated than us, even in just gathering intelligence of where they, they are using more sophisticated weapons. I'm telling you, they're M16s, and they're using more sophisticated weapons than our police officers down on the ground. And so ensure that the security component and the aspect is fully thought through, and we use it, including intelligence, before even we get to the social aspects of education, of empowerment, because we first have to secure people. How do you... I've built schools. I've built a school somewhere where no children are going to that school right now. So, we have to decide what comes first. What do we put?
The cart before the horse.
Yes, because now if you tell me it's just about education, I agree. And I build my schools and everything. People have run away from that. Who will access the school? If you say it's about empowerment, so we've put up conservancies in some places where the community can also engage and get income from it. One of my conservancies the other day was vandalized, so I am unable to do development when my people are not secure, and we're not secure also where we are. So then the whole issues now of, I remember that time when there was semblance of peace in Laikipia and Samburu, we had done a whole program and project which we presented to the then President, His Excellency, the late Mwai Kibaki, which we were calling the peace dividends, where we were saying, now let's put money. Let's walk the talk. Let's put money in these areas. Let's do security roads. Let's open up these areas, because sometimes the people just still go down an escarpment. Even those police officers who you're telling to go follow those livestock, without them using air support, they can't access. So we're like, open up the roads, let's put up the schools, let's ensure that our chiefs make sure the schools, it's compulsory, children to go to school, and other aspects. And so we tried, but as usual, when it comes to, resources following our conversation.
But Mheshimiwa, this negative culture is rewarding.
Yeah.
The incentives for reward are greater than the incentives for going to school.
Yeah.
What reinforces behavior and what brings about a situation where now people are conditioned is because there is nothing that actually deters them. Apart from the words and the threats, over time, it has been seen that this passage is the same history. If you think of the history of education, it's when people understood that this education had benefits that people...
Later.
Yes, exactly. So what you've done is, actually that's what you do. You have put up the pillars, you have put up the structures within which what we're talking about can actually happen. But it has to be supported by these negative cultural traits being presented as non-rewarding. So long as they are rewarding, so long as people see benefits, there is no way they are going to leave it. Now, the only people who can ensure that this message is passed is the government.
By action.
Yes, it's the government. I'm looking at the history of this country and what we then called in the Moi era as tribal clashes. Okay? Now, if I look at what happened, say, at the coast, I grew up at the coast. There was something called Kaya Bombo. If you follow the brutal manner in which the government dealt with that Kaya Bombo, I have never heard it as much as a squeak about that. People will dissent, but they find more peaceful ways of dissenting. I look at the areas during the so-called tribal clashes where the government decided to do something about it. Literally. Again, people found ways of coexisting. You can murmur, complain. When the government determines that they want to put an end to something, they can.
They can do it.
Yes. They can. They can, I agree. And so Moi, finish shifter. There was cattle rustling in Northeastern. There is no cattle rustling in Northeastern now. They're struggling with issues to do with radicalization, terrorism, which is also an international issue. But shifter, done and dusted. Mount Elgon here, during Kibaki's time, done, you can't hear a single word. Mishuki, Mungiki, terrorizing people here in Kiambu, Nairobi, dealt with it. Done. And so, unless we get to the bottom of it, of who else is benefiting in this issue of cattle rustling, as much as now you're saying it's cultural and traditional, what if, and I agree, and also the government can't keep running away from it, so that when we raise it and we say you have a stake in this, they say, but even you politicians, your government, your what, there's something I can't do, even as a politician, even if I wanted this to end. It has to be you deciding that this issue has to come to a stop. How is your business?
You deal with it.
You deal with it.
Do you think, Mheshimiwa, the government has been captured? When you talk about state capture and the issue of insecurity in the north, like you're saying, so many administrations and none is unable to decisively and conclusively deal with this issue. Sounds like, like you're asking who's benefiting. If you go into the question of who's benefiting and who is making the government not put in the effort that's required, that just connects to capture.
But it could be the business angle, it could also be the politics, but this is the best time to deal with it. We're not going to an election tomorrow, so please deal with it now. You have 3 years to recover if it's also about politics, whatever the reason is. And also, later, as it has been said by Muga, is that it will pay off later. The communities will realize. Actually, I think they will say, honestly, we should have done this so many years. So the immediate effect will be so painful, it will be bad and everything. But over time, we'll all say, honestly, we should have embraced the end of this like so many years.
What you're saying, everybody agrees, all right? Even those that have occupied Harambee House as CSS for Interior, all of them, go back even to Sunkuli and the rest, they've all had these conversations. And they've said this, and they've had meetings with delegations from your region, they've had leaders from your region. Same thing continues to happen.
If it's about us, the leaders, and I've said it even in meetings where we are, see, you just ignore us. See, you go do what you know. If you think we are an impediment to this, the political leaders, it's good you've called us for a meeting and you've told us, and actually CS Kindiki has told us. He's told us, if you guys as politicians also, who are doing this in your counties, please go and tell them that this story is coming to an end. And if he keeps his word, and we have to give him a benefit of doubt, he just got into office. If for any reason you feel Naizula is going to be an impediment to this issue which you actually want to deal with once and for all, you've already talked to us. You've told us, please don't come crying when I come to your community, because what will also happen is that if the force that has been mentioned is used, definitely my community will push me to do press conferences. I'll be here again saying the way the government is finishing my people. And then we'll have human rights activists also saying that we have to do this. And so of course it has to be done with the whole within the human
confines of the law.
But something has to give. Something has to give.
You've got to push the law to the end.
What we're discussing here is like an epidemic. You know why? If you look at, I come from a region where the HIV epidemic wiped out almost an entire generation, literally wiped out. Children became heads of households. Now this violence in the North Rift and the regions thereof is doing exactly the same thing. When you have young people who haven't taken the benefit of education and have brought themselves to speed and to be alive and well and competitive in the 21st century, you've lost that generation completely. They'll be disadvantaged for a very long time, because the older people will go the way of the world, they will die, they'll move on. Now the people who then take over, if the numbers are uneducated, they are uninformed, and because they're going to grow up, and that's what they're going to be. That community will talk about how they're marginalized, and the truth is that their own people marginalize them. They look at the government and blame the government. Now, this is what concerns me. This is the tragedy. That we are losing generations, and somehow one doesn't see it.
Or is it seen? I would think that it is being seen, but we're not seeing the real potential danger that this is causing. You can see the mothers who are seeing just like you said, Naisula, mothers who are seeing their young men bring cows home and then they milk them tomorrow. In the back of their mind, they know that this is not theirs. They know where it's coming from. They hear the news. It travels very quickly in a community. You know a cow is missing from here and you suddenly have one in your homestead tomorrow. You know that 20 are missing from here, and then you've heard that there are young men in the community who are now brandishing weapons. You know that there's something going wrong. The older community has knowledge that the younger community is being lost on a daily basis. So for me, the same pandemic, the virus or the cancer that is eating away at this is non-willingness to do something about the situation. It's not lack of knowledge.
You know,
politicians know, leaders know, the community knows. But how willing are we? And that's what I keep saying. And I think it's something that eats away. Whether you're going to look, if you want to come to Nairobi and look in the public service, you want to come to Nairobi and look into Parliament. It's not a matter of that we don't know what the issue is. It's a matter of how willing are we to do something about it before it eats us to death while standing alive.
It's manifested loudly in Mheshimiwa's neck of the woods. But ask yourself, even in the cities, in the metropolises, ask yourself, how many children go about businesses their fathers, mothers are unaware of, and nobody asks, how did you buy this? Where did you get this from? You see, this idea of not being willing to challenge norms that are clearly negative, it has become a national pastime. You see, so it isn't as though communities that are known to be pastorals are the ones who have a problem. No, it's actually a national problem. Because how do you then see something that is going wrong and you somehow just push it aside? Why? How do you normalize that situation where it is normal for you to ignore harm? You can see it, but you ignore it. How do you think we got here?
And as I put it, is that you never know when it will come to bite you.
It will come to bite you. That
son of yours who keeps going out and bringing things home because they engaged in highway banditry, tomorrow you might be in a vehicle and you don't know, and he doesn't know that you're in that vehicle.
That you're in the vehicle.
Yeah, and shoot, and you know.
become a victim.
Yeah, you become a victim.
Washimo, you've mentioned the National Police Reservists. Kithure Kindiki has talked about the NPR. The president himself has also talked about the NPR. Is the NPR one of the solutions to this? This is arming civilians to provide own security.
Okay, so what happens is that the whole concept of NPR, and we passed it in Parliament, because so it's anchored in a law, is that so they're civilians. They're not just picked, so they're picked by the chiefs, so it's not just random, young people come here. So they're picked within the community, and mostly the areas that, the areas that border probably the other community where the criminals would come from. And then they're vetted, in all aspects, including fingerprints and everything. So if you pass the vetting process, then you go for training. You can't also just give a gun to a civilian. So, like, for example, the ones that the president, the additional, when he came to Baragoi, they are undergoing training right now in Samburu. And later, like the ones who did last term, they go all the way to Manyani. Sometimes they do proper training. And then they are kept in camps under an inspector. You can't just, as a country, it would be ignorant to
so
just
they're not just at home.
They're not just at home with their guns. And if you have to leave to another county, or even within the county, if you have to travel or something, you leave it at the armory. Okay. So, and then you're all under the OCPD, the area OCPD. The ideal would even be that they're put together, this community and this community. Actually, in one of my areas, they were together, Pokot NPRs and Samburu NPRs, because also you're not working for your community. You're working
for the citizens.
So that even when your own community, when they're criminals, if they go to, let's say, Tiati and steal from them, NPRs based in Samburu should be able to track the criminals in their own community. And so why initially it was banned or stopped was when it was realized that some NPRs, were serving their communities and not not necessarily doing the work that they're supposed to do. Or I think in some area when some criminals were killed and then 2 of them were NPRs, you know. And so that also for me shouldn't then be just a reason, because in all disciplined forces you can't miss one or two rogue
criminal elements.
Criminals in elements, you know. So for me, I think it's a good policy, because then they work together with our police and, you know, with the APs and the GSUs, so they work together. So I think it's something, and also the chiefs, because I've seen many people saying, please don't mix the administration work with security
police work.
Or with police work. So this is how it works. And I was one of the people who requested that the chiefs be rearmed. They used to be armed. Because, so how it happens is that, so when people steal from here, of course the cows will go through a location and all that. And normally the chief has to be asked, because they follow the footprints and everything. So the chief normally goes with the police officers or the NPR. Na yeye anatembea na fimbo. So, you know, the chiefs, they're just, and we lost one actually, because then he's just leading. He has to lead as the chief of that location to track and follow the criminals. So they are at risk. So unless the chiefs won't go with the police and the NPR, then I'm okay with it. But if they have to follow because they understand
part of the
security delegation, why are you risking that chief's life? Because normally they're the ones even leading. They're the ones doing this to the bushes as they walk, because they understand their location and their area. And then you're telling them, you walk with your fimbo and we're doing a security operation. So if the chiefs will not be part of it. So I know sometimes people, you know, when they see that on Twitter or in the news, it's quick. We are quick to say no, they shouldn't, but it's good when you understand where we are coming from.
Okay.
But you know, there's this unit that used to be called anti-stock theft.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Where exactly is it?
Like in my constituency, we have one in a place called Longewan.
One.
We have one. We have a camp.
Of how many people?
There would be most likely 20-something, 30 thereabouts.
And that's adequate.
No, we need more.
And how do they determine who joins this unit?
So that's a security.
Well, the thinking behind it was that you actually ensure that people in that unit came from that sort of area where people had livestock, people who are pastoralists, because it makes absolutely no sense when you bring someone who comes from a background where they are fishermen to take them to that terrain. They will
they don't even understand what you're all on about.
Where do you even begin? And the reverse would also be true. So I am simply saying, would it help the situation if that particular unit was given more teeth and more numbers? Because their training is actually very specific. It's a special unit. It's not your average unit.
Yeah.
But maybe being a specialized unit, just like the other crack units, if there's an NPR, then the anti-stock theft police unit is dealing at the other higher level. It's a unit of maybe attached to the DCI. It has intelligence gathering. It knows how to then lead the NPR in an operation. If you have 700 ATPUs,
not necessarily 700, but a number that is daunting.
Maybe strategic. So maybe that camp there
more units.
And more units in strategic. Spread out along the you know, like the entire Suguta belt. It's such a long belt. I mean, all the way from Tiati all the way to Turkana. It's such a long. It's a very long belt.
To have more officers.
So it would help.
Yes. So we really need to have the security guys sit down, map up the entire region, and just look at it, you know, and with the intention, as we have all agreed, that this has to stop. So there are some decisions that they'll have to make. Resources have to be put in place to just also deal with the security component of it, as we do the social, you know, along. Yeah.
The president has made several commitments to this. He has said, Nasio tafadhali, banditry has to come to an end. NPR will be revived. Now we've seen the CS for Interior, his CS for Interior also saying we're going to rearm the chiefs, we're going to give the chiefs officers in the chiefs camp and all this. When you look at what the government has been saying from the leadership of the president and then his CS, do you have faith that this time there is likely to be a difference?
Yeah. So as I said earlier, I find CS Kindiki more, you know, I don't know whether because also he's a politician, so he understands. You would understand some issues on the ground, because also not all politicians are bad, by the way.
He's empathetic.
He's empathetic, so he listens more, he consults more, and makes decisions with the input of the locals, you know, so he listens and he sees that this then can work, and it works. So I might not discuss some of the security interventions that he has put in place, but I can assure you I have slept for a few days.
Now you have a bit of...
I have a bit of
peace of mind.
Although I know that it's not... We're not there yet, oh God, no. Actually, sometimes when I talk like this, it's like you've jinxed it, and then, you know, so, but at least there's some interventions that have been put in place, and the community is also more alert. You know, we've had semblance of peace and calm for about 10 years. Yeah, between Laikipia, Samburu, and even Tiati, and so people are also relaxed. So we're seeing some semblance of calm.
Mheshimiwa Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for coming here for the first time. Come again soon.
Thank you for having me, and please let's keep this conversation going. Let it not end until we have total peace in the north.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you.
Keep it here for more conversations. 16 days of activism against gender-based violence is our conversation in the next hour. It's 9 a.m.
Your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Nandi Governor Stephen Sang has urged Trade Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria to refrain from making contentious remarks in regards to the state's decision to lift the ban on the importation and planting of genetically modified organisms. Speaking in Kapsabet, the second-time governor noted that CS Kuria's remarks have painted President William Ruto's administration in bad light, and that Kenyans will lose confidence in the current regime if he continues on the same path. Sang, who is also the Council of Governors Chief Whip, added that Kuria should instead consult with relevant agriculture stakeholders before making any more eye-raising remarks. Nairobi's sugar company workers and sugarcane farmers have accused Sarai Group of failing to honor its promises to pay their dues. The workers and farmers who conveyed outside the sugar miller's premises said the Uganda-based farmers not paid salary arrears and sugarcane supplied about 3 years ago despite promising to do so. The farmers said when Sarai Group took over operations of the miller, it promised to help farmers. The farmers further said despite Sarai claiming to have started operating the sugar miller, no Mumia's sugar brand are available in shops and supermarkets. And the Central Bank of Kenya is betting on new inflows from external debt financing to rebuild its officially usable foreign currency reserves. The reserves, which are largely dollar-denominated, breached the statutory requirement of an equivalent of 4 months of import cover this week, falling to a buffer of 3.94 months. The reserves currently stand at 860.2 billion shillings, falling off from a peak of 1.077 trillion shillings at the end of 2021. Included in the program inflows are IMF's disbursement of 52.9 billion shillings expected next month from its 38-month program with Kenya. Additionally, Kenya is in talks with the World Bank to access 91.7 billion shillings from its development policy operations, which would be a fifth disbursement from the facility in 5 years. And NCBA Group said it will waive at least 5.5 billion shillings in defaulted Fuliza and Mshwari loans under the Central Bank of Kenya Guided Credit Repair Program. The lender has carved out 11 billion shillings from its Bar Digital loan book for the credit repair initiative, which will see at least half of the balances, or 5.5 billion shillings, waived off. The entire sum of 11 billion shillings is defaulted Fuliza and M-Pesa loans, and Mshwari loans rather presently stands written off and fully provided for under IFRS 9 banking standards entirely. The banking industry is expected to forgive 15 billion shillings worth of digital loans, with the total value of loans under consideration for the credit repair program standing at 30 billion shillings. And the National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula is in Juba, South Sudan, to attend the sports competition for members of parliament. Kenya is one of the 7 member nations of the East African Community participating in the competition. The competition is being used to strengthen the bilateral ties between the EAC member states. Speaking in Juba, Wetangula says the competition in South Sudan is important as it is the last country in East Africa to gain independence. And with food insecurity and malnutrition affecting communities in the region, it is important to seek out long-term solutions. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development has launched a regional technical working group in Nairobi that will work to address these challenges through policy recommendations. The Learning Network on Nutrition Surveillance, with the support of the U.S. Agency for International Development USAID, hosted its first technical meeting with the goal of establishing effective policies, advocacy and action planning around nutrition in the region. Nutritional surveillance is the monitoring of dietary intake to make decisions that lead to improved nutrition. And an Algerian court sentenced 49 people to death over the lynching of a man falsely accused of starting deadly forest fires during an extended heatwave last year. The North African country has either maintained a moratorium on carrying out death sentences since the last executions in 1993. Onlookers had beaten 38-year-old Jamel Ben Ismail to death after he turned himself in at a police station in the Tizi Ouzou region. And finally, the head of Brazil's electoral authority has rejected the request from President Jair Bolsonaro's political party to annul ballots cast on most electronic voting machines, which would have overturned the October 30th election. Alexander de Moraes had issued a prior ruling that implicitly raised the possibility that Bolsonaro's Liberal Party could suffer from such a challenge. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
Today's Newswire is powered by Samsung Galaxy Buds 2 Pro. Listen to crisp and clear sounds while on the go.
We're not going to have too much of a traffic issue, at least from now outward bound towards the rest of the day. The Thika Superhighway already at 9 o'clock clear. We're looking at just parts of Outer Ring, then approaching that Allsops Junction. A bit of an issue there, but nothing earth-shaking. Can you imagine that at 9 o'clock, Kiambu Road is also almost free? What's going on? The great exodus has begun. All right, we're also looking at James Gishero. A little bit of traffic there going all the way towards Wayaki Way, but again, nothing crazy. Some traffic on the exits of the expressway coming out of Westlands, and the Mombasa Road also not bad until you get past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. There's a bit of a hiccup then as you're going out towards the Upper Hill Junction and then out towards the Haile Selassie roundabout. So we'll keep an eye on things. It's not buzzing too much. We'll see what it looks like in a short while. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the
It's
Situation
7
Room.
minutes after 9. So the Honorable Naisula Lesuda has just left. We've just taken a photo with the Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4, which Amulioto is going to post on social media shortly. You will see what it is. You'll enjoy amazing features such as FlexCam, which allows you to do video calling, group shots, selfies, much more, all hands-free. Well, yes, that's what we've done. We've done a group shot, hands-free. Designed with you in mind, the Z Flip 4 will seamlessly fit into your pocket and your lifestyle. Device is a beauty. It's also a beast. We have a new guest in the studio as we start celebrating the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence.
Indeed.
So from 25 plus 16.
It's 41.
So until the 41st of November.
Well done. All right. I think you're looking at the 4th of December, but okay, we'll let you go. 5th of December. So you were asking about when?
The president.
The former president, most recent former president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, did say that the pledge was that by 2026 would have eradicated all forms of gender-based violence in Kenya.
Okay. So we have a doctor in the studio. He'll tell us whether he thinks that is achievable. But before that, City, today's proverb from that country. Where are you?
Oh, you're literally in Western Sahara.
Okay, what was the
Go to that mic.
Where are you?
Go to that mic.
I can't even hear what you're
my
saying.
brother. I'm looking for you. Oh, you want to sit there? It's okay. You can sit there. No, it's okay. Sit there. Sit.
Sit down.
Sit.
Just housekeeping. Now we can hear. Now we've house kept.
Yes.
Can you now hear me?
Now we can hear you.
I don't need to move to the other seat.
No.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Can I now read?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want me to read from the notebook or do you want me to read from the pad?
Tab.
Read from your memory.
All right. My memory, which is also on the tab. Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite.
Better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite. Okay. Dr. Abdullahi Eden is a consultant plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon. He's also a lecturer at the Department of Surgery at the University of Nairobi Medical School. He's our guest this hour. Good morning, Dr. Ari.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sure.
These people of Western Sahara are the ones who came up with that proverb that you've just heard. It's better to be a devoted heathen than a devoted hypocrite. What do you understand with that proverb?
Well, I think it has a lot of meaning. It can be taken in so many meanings. You'd rather be true to yourself in whatever you do than being a hypocrite. In any aspect.
In anything. In your beliefs and all.
Yeah.
It's better you come out and publicly proclaim this is what I believe.
That's right.
And you stand true to yourself.
That's right.
Than to be a hypocrite.
Correct.
Very well. Those Western Sahrawi people, they're good people. They're good people. Dr. Ari,
yes, sir.
Consultant plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon. Who's that?
That's a doctor who specialized in the field of surgery and further specialized in the field of reconstructive surgery. Plastic basically means molding. But of course, the layman impression of plastic means the normal plastics that we have here. You know? But it actually means molding. It's a Greek word, which means molding. So we sort of borrow from Peter and give it to Paul. What that means is, if you've got a deformed part of your body, we borrow a tissue from your body, that's the Peter, and then reconstruct the defective part without necessarily harming the donor part. And that's called reconstructive surgery in very simple terms for your viewers. And the other bit of aesthetics are basically to make the existing parts better looking. And so that's in a nutshell what it means. And it's a doctor who has spent many years in school. After studying general surgery, you further go for further specialization. A total of about 8 years in the university.
Another 8 years.
Another 8 years.
So you do the first 6.
You do 6 years
doing medicine and surgery.
And then you do your internship. Then you've got to do another 3 years. So that's a total of about 9 years.
9 years first.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So you do 3 years of subspecialty or you do 6 years of medical school, then 5 years of general surgery, then another 3 years of plastic and reconstructive surgery in various forms of training.
Wow. Wow. That's a lot of school. Yeah. So when that person is actually called a consultant and a specialist, it's true you're a specialist.
Yes.
Why do people go for this aesthetic surgery?
Well, I thought we were going to discuss about gender-based violence, the FGM pit.
We will go into that one because that's the reconstruction.
Aesthetic it's a reality. It's a reality in the world. It started many years ago, but it's not been practiced in Africa, particularly in Kenya. It's now coming into the country over the last sort of 15, 20 years. Aesthetic surgery has been in the Western world since the 1940s and 50s. But of course, with modernity and increase in technology and knowledge, plastic surgery in the bit of cosmetic or aesthetic surgery, as you would like to call it, has blossomed over the last 25, 30 years, particularly in the Western countries. And you will notice that probably about 15 million people worldwide had that kind of surgery. And Americans topped the list in North America, followed by Europeans. And as usual, we are the least number of people who go through aesthetic surgery. But to answer your question, it's lack of, one, self-esteem. That's number one. Number two is the other signs and symptoms that somebody has a problem. For example, if you've got breathing difficulties with a septal deviation of your nose, you might have to go for a septal rhinoplasty. You need to reconstruct your nose and make it better. And probably that will achieve a better look as well as, but more importantly, breathing. You get breathing. If, for example, you've got a droopy eye and you're not able to see clearly, then you might have to go for a blepharoplasty, what we call lifting the eyelid. But that also gives you, secondarily, a better look. If, for example, you've got redundant skin and a lot of fat which has obeyed gravity in your lower neck and all that stuff, then you might have to remove that fat and then make it better because the person doesn't feel better wearing clothes to cover the neck. If, for example, your ears pop out, your outer ear pops out, and you've got a child like that, they refuse to go to school because they're being teased by the other kids, bullying and all that, because they've got this butt ear, then that will have to be reconstructed. If, for example, you've got huge mammary glands, for example, and they're causing symptoms of neck pain, shoulder pain, back pain, and self-esteem because they're big, then, of course, you've got to go for a reduction mammoplasty to reduce the size and make it aesthetically good and reduce the symptoms. If, for example, you've got a huge belly, for example, or a big tummy because of multiple pregnancies, and you've got a lot of fat there, your self-esteem is very low, you might not even get clothes to wear, and you might even have backache if it's quite significant. So you sort of deal with that and do what is called lipoabdominoplasty, which basically means a tummy tuck together with a liposuction. So plastic and reconstructive and aesthetic surgery is arguably one of the most extensive subspecialty in the family of surgery. So from scalp to the toe, all the way down, you can reconstruct. If you've got webbed hands, you sort of reconstruct those webbed hands. So if, for example, you're a skeletal, tall lady with no mammary glands, we could fix that by putting some fat or by putting an implant there. So we could keep on talking about all this.
There are very many ways of doing it. You're here today so that we talk about, as we begin to mark the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, there's something that you also do, which is on the restorative bit, restoring hope for FGM victims in Kenya. Now, we know what FGM is. It's female genital mutilation. Restoring hope for FGM victims. What does that mean?
Well, FGM is a huge problem we have in our community, particularly in Africa. It probably started in Western Sahara, where you are mentioning. Then the Western Francophone countries. But historically, it started during the Pharaoh's time, and through the Nile, it came and reached us, and spread all the way to Africa, irrespective of religion. It's got nothing to do with religion. And both Christians and Muslim communities practice FGM. It's all because of cultural contagious habits that evolved over centuries since the time of Pharaoh. Having said that, we have 200 million women worldwide who have undergone the cut, according to data from UNESCO and from the World Health Organization and from the United Nations FPA, UNFPA. So that's a huge number. Now, a significant number of that is in third world countries, particularly in Africa. And in Kenya, we have about close to 2.5 to 3 million women who are living with this cut. And efforts are being utilized by different non-governmental organizations and government in reducing FGM. It's a huge problem. The cut is still on, despite laws which have been enacted in Parliament, that if you're caught cutting your daughter or anybody who cuts their daughter, there's a jail sentence, or I think 3 years. Yes. And one of the good things the Uhuru government did was to ban legally FGM, and there's a law for it. If you're caught, you're put in jail. Nevertheless, the cut is still on because of poor implementation, I must say that. The chiefs and the local villagers and all that somehow are not enforcing this law. And I urge them.
There's no community buy-in.
There's no, yeah, that's right. So what do we mean by clitoral restorative surgery, having that context that I've just explained to you? In 1985, toward the late 80s, there was a gentleman, a French surgeon, who's actually a urologist, who worked in West Africa, in the Francophone country, where he operated more than 5,000 women with FGM. He was trying to restore the clitoris. Now, in our textbooks of surgery, in the anatomy textbooks of surgery, the clitoris is hardly mentioned. So the knowledge of clitoris has not been well mapped out anatomically. Nevertheless, people have worked on it and realized that it's a long structure, about 10 centimeters. And what is cut is about 2 centimeters, the visible bit. And there's a scar there, about 5 centimeters scar where the mutilators cut. Sometimes they cut the entire thing, plus the labia minora, the lips, and everything. So you've got just the vaginal opening. And sometimes they even sew the vaginal opening and leave only a little bit for menstrual blood. So that different severity of FGM, there's type 1, type 2, type 3. Now this particular gentleman called Pierre Foldes, I think he still does these surgeries in the outskirts of Paris, brought out a surgical technique called the Foldes technique, which revolutionized the surgical management of these patients. And he found out that after doing that particular surgery, you end up getting the clitoris exposed out, the remaining bit. I told you the stroke is about 12 centimeters. And therefore you mimic exactly how it used to look like. You sort of make it the way it looks like anatomically. And in his data, which was a landmark study, he found out that almost 55% of women get some form of orgasm, and 90%, close to 90%, get sensitivity. That was a huge study, and of course, we followed it up with many other little studies which were done in Kenya as well as in Spain and the US, and they sort of collaborate his findings. And as a reconstructive surgeon, we were not trained to do this surgery. But I was getting many clients in my earlier career who were coming to ask me, can you sort it out? And I really didn't know how to do it. So I had to seek knowledge from this gentleman in Paris, as well as a lady I must mention called Mercy Bowers, who is based in San Francisco. I actually invited Mercy Bowers hardly a week ago to come and help us, operate the poor ladies who cannot. And we learned a lot. The first camp we did was in Mama Lucy Hospital. I didn't want the whole procedure to look an elitist kind of procedure. So I went to a hospital, a government hospital called Mama Lucy, and we operated in 2017 about 80 women.
80?
Yes.
In a year?
In 2 weeks, And they were all poor ladies. And of course, through that training, we were taught now. We learned from these fellows. It's a very easy surgery if you are already an established plastic or reconstructive surgeon. So we took it up. Actually, within the training, we were able to do independently some of these procedures. And then we further invited her in 2019, I guess. We did another 66 women at my center called Platinum Surgery Center. And we continued doing more, but we had the COVID. We wanted to do it sort of annually, So we had the COVID era that interrupted us. We didn't want to bring a lot of people in one place. And then this year, when the COVID subsided, we did another case. We did about 55 women last week. These are very low socio-economic status women who could not afford. They helped us with sutures and a lot of manpower. They came with anesthetist. And we operated these women, and we're following them up. We've got very good results. We have data. We have medical students who have done research on the outcome of these surgeries. And it's very encouraging, almost the same as what international studies have concluded. So basically, that's what the whole of this surgery is all about.
Okay.
And why are we doing this surgery? To give back women. Across the board, all of them say they feel incomplete. Their marriage is in tumbles. They are single. They don't want to have relationships.
Can we take a step back?
Stuff. Yeah, go.
What physiological issues are these women presenting with by the time a decision is taken to perform this surgery on them?
Yeah. But first of all, we have to take a complete history. And that means, why are you here? Why are you coming? For example. And the first thing is, I have been cut. What are your problems? And of course, quite a number of them will say, I have no sensitivity. I don't have anything. I don't feel anything. The second bit is I've got pain during intercourse. I get a lot of pain during intercourse. The third thing is I get, I've got difficulty in menses. That's quite few. But the one which cuts across the body is I feel incomplete. I feel less, and I can't. I don't feel like even talking about this with my husband. So, and some of them, majority of them, actually come and say that my marriage collapsed because of this. While last 20, 30 years ago, men would go and marry a woman who has been cut. The trend is the reverse now.
So
the
now,
General Z, the GZ, the so-called millennial, would want to marry a woman who has not been cut. So there is certainly a problem there, and those are the main indications why women come for this kind of reconstructive, clitoral restorative surgery. Yeah.
Okay. So when they come and they present, obviously you do an exam.
Yeah.
So because what we're saying is that, maybe you can help us out. Not every woman who has been cut, because now we're looking at this, it has been deemed, one of the elements of violence against the gender, because of this physiological presentation.
Yeah.
Now, not every woman who has been cut presents with these, number one, the feelings or the physiological issue.
Absolutely, I get your point. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, when you see that, obviously you do a physical exam. Is it every woman that you examine who has presented herself that you then operate on? Or some of them, do you say, well, actually, this is something that you can still...
No, absolutely. You're very right. Your question is very valid. Not all of them have to go through the reconstructive surgery. If, for example, the glans is visible and there are no symptoms, she gets orgasm, she has got good sensitivity, she's type 1, then we don't have to... type 1 with no symptoms and signs, we don't have to operate them. We just cancel them. Probably they've undergone what we call in psychiatric medicine, post-traumatic stress. So probably we just ask them to do that. But certainly, if they do have a scar there, which is causing them pain, which is causing them low libido, which is causing them psychological harm, then of course we'll definitely reconstruct them and make them better. But yes, not all are operated. But there are few of them. And the couriers and the kisses are the ones who are type 1. The people whom we normally operate a lot are from the Somali community, where I come from. That probably inspired me to help out. And the Embu. The Embu apparently are not known in this country to go through the same cut as the Somalis. But they present with type 3, the severe form of type 3. I've spoken to the leadership of Embu County about this, and I hope they do something about it. That's really...
You're talking about types?
Yes, the severe types.
As I understand. So type 1
is when you've got just a little bit of the clitoral tissue cut.
Okay.
Then you've got type 2 where you've got the entire clitoris or whole of it and the labia is being cut as well. And then you've got the severe type 3 whereby they sew the whole thing, and leave the...
So they
cut everything and then they sew.
They've sewn it.
They sew the whole birth canal and sort of... So... The embus are probably as severe as the Somali. And of course, people still don't know in this country that we've got a huge chunk of women who have been cut from Muranga, particularly in those sides of Kirieni, Koi, and Kangema. A lot of women are from there. From our data, that's a fact. And you can get it from the FGM board. They do collect data as well. And of course, the Maasai community. Communities that don't cut are the Taitas, the Luos, the Luyas. They don't really cut. The Kambas don't cut. But the Kikuyus, the Embu, the Kurias, the Kisis, the Somalis, the Maasais, they do cut.
Why, again, from a physiological point of view, for us to understand this a little bit more, why is it deemed violence?
The reason is because we certainly know women die.
Yes.
Because of bleeding. Just like,
Even
when
at a young age, girls.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we had 2 cases last year in this country, I think early this year, who bled to death. And the government, it's only when they die that it comes on the news. But these things still do happen. Why is it important is because these things don't add any value. The cut does not add any value. The reason why it's important to fight it is because historically women have been subjugated. There's this cultural belief that women must not have that sexual stimulation as much as men. And therefore shouldn't go out there and have children and bring children out of the wedlock. That's how it began, That's how it began. So I think I want you to look at it in the other way, flip it the other side. Let's assume, Latif, that we have all the young boys cut. The glans penis, the tip part of the boy's penis is cut. There'll be a huge uproar in the world, wouldn't it?
Because it's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
It's the same thing. So what makes it different from these women, from these young girls? Why don't we not have the same uproar? Because since time immemorial, and not only unique to Africa, the whole world, including the Europeans, women have been subjugated, both sexually and all that. And therefore, that's a violence to them. So let me start from that context. The second bit is they have the right. I want you to look at this organ as an organ like the nose. You need to have a sensitivity to smell between a false-smelling environment and a good-smelling environment. You need to smell a good... you need to have a sense of smell. Similarly, a sense of touch. You need to have a proper sense of touch.
Yeah.
You also need to have a sense of looking. You need to have... Your eyes should be able to look at it. So I believe it's part of the sensitivity it's a sixth sensitivity. And the United Nations calls it... it's officially called it a violation of women's rights and should not be subjected to it. And when these women, when they're young, is when they're cut. But when they grow up is when they regret and realize that culture has been a disadvantage to them.
It's 9:30. We are continuing the conversation. And this is as we commemorate the beginning of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. We have a doctor in the studio, and he is Dr. Abdullahi Aden. Now, Namtosi says it's a very good conversation. I didn't get the doctor's name. That's his name. Dr. Abdullahi Aden is a consultant plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon, and is also a lecturer at the Department of Surgery at the University of Nairobi Medical School. We are talking about ending FGM and also how to help the women who've gone through FGM with regaining their what?
Their sensitivity.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
So let's take that break. We'll be back shortly. Good morning. 9:30.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Everyone remembers the ambition they first had when they started their business.
A business holds promise. An idea could blow up and change lives anywhere on the planet. But the best idea is not worth much if it can't be executed by a solid team. Introducing The Room, the talent solution that provides a global network of tech talent, relationships, and resources dedicated to drive growth and innovation in your business. Hire tech talent and pick from qualified software engineers, cloud developers, web developers, and data analysts, all vetted and trained to Silicon Valley standards. The way we work has changed, and subsequently, so should the way we hire. Visit theroom.com today and discover how we can improve your business.
It's a magical Christmas at Westgate Shopping Mall. Spend 1,000 Kenya shillings and above and stand to win an all-inclusive Mediterranean cruise to the most beautiful cities in Europe. Visit Rome, Venice, Barcelona, and get to bring someone with you. You also have the chance to win once-in-a-lifetime balloon safari over the Masai Mara and a luxury stay at Marangeche Camp, and the opportunity to win 500,000 worth of luxury furniture from Quinpix. It's magical, and it's all yours to experience simply by shopping at Westgate Shopping Mall.
This is 00 Direct, woman host, music by women and only women guest.
Everything is so larger than life. You kind of have to have a good understanding of who you are. You could easily lose yourself. We have a global approach in the programs that we put together, meaning that it's not just about refining my business, it's about refining the industry, it's about touching the youth and making sure that...
A bit of a drizzle in Nairobi at 18, highs of 23 and lows of 15. It's sunny at 18 in Nakuru and light rain at 18. In Nyeri as well, going highs of 22 and lows of 14. Mostly sunny conditions in Eldoret at 19, highs of 24 and lows of 12. Look at a bit of a drizzle in Mombasa as well, going to highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 in Malindi. We'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Kisumu at 23, and it's 24 and sunny in Kakamega, going to highs of 27 today. 25 will be the high in a mostly sunny Kampala, and we'll see highs of 31 in a rainy Dar es Salaam. 21 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 15, and it's cloudy at 25 in Lagos, sunny at 25 in Kinshasa. Let's look out into Beijing, where it's sunny at 13. That'll be the high going into the weekend with the lows of -2, and it's clear at 7 in Paris, so highs of 12. 13 will be the high in a clear London at 9, and it's 10 degrees and clear in New York, going to highs of 11 and lows of 5.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, really, traffic not an issue this morning. The Southern Bypass, a little bit of traffic as you're heading and connecting on Langata Road today, so we're going to watch out for that. It's basically cleared up on Gong Road and as well as Jogo Road coming into the city. The CBD is where you see most of the action, at least for now. The Thika Superhighway did not give us issues at all today. It's starting to end on Kiambu Road and obviously looking a lot better coming in from Westlands through to Peponi and then out towards Kitisuru. All right, so it's been a good day for traffic so far. Hopefully we can keep it just so. Talk to us through the morning. Spice FM, KE.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's time to step up and shine. Stand a chance to get instant airtime or data with every purchase from specifically marked tin of black kiwi shoe polish. What do you need to do? Walk to your nearest store, buy a tin of Kiwi Black Shoe Polish, and once opened, find a unique code under the lid. Once you see that code, then take your phone, dial *459 *5#. That's *459 *5#. Yes. And then send that code and you stand a chance of winning 35,000 shillings school fees. A winner every week, courtesy of Kiwi. Step up and shine with Kiwi. The conversation continues with Dr. Abdullahi Eden, a consultant plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon who's also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi Medical School. We are talking about reconstructive surgery for women who have undergone FGM. We are joined by a lady in the studio now. We're not going to give you her real name, but her name is Halima. She will not appear on camera, but you'll be hearing her on video. Halima, good morning and thank you very much for joining us.
Morning to you too. You're welcome.
Asante sana. So you went through FGM.
Yeah.
Yes. Tell us the experience. And yes, Ednah, you're not going to show her on camera. We'll just have the conversation.
Okay. If I can recall very well, I think I was around 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little bit young, and I remember my mom telling me that I should go to visit my grandma. That is where the cut took place, and it was very painful and awful at the same time, because you see, the cut is normally done by a group of old to grandmas, old ladies. They are the shows. They are the ones who normally do the cut, and you are like, they hold you like you cannot run away. There are like 5 of them. There is the one to hold your hands, to hold your legs, and you are just there. And it is very, very painful because you are not given any painkillers. They cut you with I don't know, it's a razor or it's a knife, and I can't remember. And then you are left there like bleeding and all that. So it is a very, 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 very painful experience.
How old were you?
I think I was 12, if I'm not wrong.
Did you know that this was going to happen?
I didn't know.
Like that year, the week before?
I did not know. I wasn't aware.
Had you heard that it used to happen?
Because what happened, I think I came from school, and then mom told me, I'm going to send you to your grandma tomorrow. And I was like, okay. So I wasn't aware that I was being sent there for the cut. Yeah.
Had you heard that other girls your age?
Yes.
This was
happening.
It
was happening.
Them?
Yeah.
Did it ever cross your mind that
no? Because bearing in mind that my dad was a Christian, and I thought that the cut was happening to the ones who are not
heathens.
Yeah. You see, I was like, my dad was a Christian, so he could not allow such a thing to happen to me. And I was very close to my dad, so I was like, I didn't expect that maybe they were together in this. I was like, no. So, all along I lived with this. It was like a stigma. I could not associate well with other ladies, not even ladies, even opposite
boys.
gender, yeah. I couldn't relate well. So.
But when you came back from your grandmother's place, Halima, and you had now gone through the cut, you came back and you went to school. Did you tell anyone, like your friends, that this had happened?
No.
Did you hear stories from your classmates of others saying, you know what, me, this thing happened?
I did not have that courage at that time. I was ashamed.
Did you hear others? Did others talk about it?
Yeah. Some used to talk like it was a norm. You see, where I come from, it was a norm at that era. From girls to Andangu, it was the right of passage, I understand. So for them, it was a normal thing. They would even brag that now they have matured.
Now they're women.
Yeah. Yes. But I was ashamed. I did not tell anyone. I was like, guy, what will I say now? It was really bad.
You were 12 years old.
Sure.
You know that you were sent to your grandmother's home.
Yeah.
You know that there are these old women who took you somewhere, they held you down, and they did this thing that they did.
Sure.
At some point, did you get to understand, so this is actually FGM that I've gone through, and what I am now feeling is what I should not be feeling? At what age did you start getting to understand
I think it was
what has happened to you?
In the year 2020, 2018, 2019. That is when I started doing a research. When I think I came to realize that I had undergone the FGM. And I was like, I started using Google and internet to find a solution. That is when I came across Dr. Andan, whatever. And at that time, it was a bit expensive for me, bearing in mind that I had just finished my high school. And my queue, just to go back to after the cut, after the FGM, after I got back home, at my parents' home, now my mom told me now that now you are a woman. You need to start behaving like one, not like a small kid that used to be. The cut came with unending responsibilities and expectations from me. There were things that I was supposed and expected now to do. You see, like getting married, that is one. And I was very young. So I remember there was a time I ran away from home, even after the cut, and went to my other grandma's place somewhere else. And when I told her what really happened, she was very agitated with my parents. And I remember she even wrote a letter to my dad demanding for an explanation. Because after the cut, my mom told me, now you are not a little girl that used to be. You are now a woman. You are supposed to be in your husband's house, not in my house.
How old were you? This was how long after the cut?
Just I think after like a month.
So still, when you're still 12 years old, your mother is now telling you, the next thing I expect is that I'm going to marry you off.
Sure.
Did you get any suitors? Did she bring in any men to marry you?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you took off?
Yeah.
Was this common, this issue of young girls like yourselves who had undergone this process? Did you know or did you hear of young girls that age who are married off?
I used to hear. And at that time, I thought they were just stories. I used to hear. Yeah.
So 2018, you start doing your research.
Yes.
At this point when you're doing your research, what exactly are you researching? What are you searching?
I was looking to find out a reconstructive, something that can restore me back to normal, to the way I used to be. And I found that there was an organization by the name of FurahiDay organization. And actually, I sent them an email, and we used to chat via email. And then I remember at one given time, there was the end of mission, I think a medical camp in 2019. I was scheduled to do the reconstructive surgery at that time. But then I did not have the funds, so I was left out. Yeah, so I kept following up until this year now. Yeah.
Daktari,
yes.
When Halima first came to you, what was the conversation that you had?
Halima, we met, was it 2019?
Yeah.
Yeah, similar conversations. We normally, there are many ladies who come. There are 200-300 women who come for the charity organization. So what happens is we normally ask them to pay about 10 to 15,000 shillings to, offset little bills. But the actual costing is about 160, 150,000 shillings, if you look at it critically. So we sort of ask them to pay about 10% of that. And even that is still a lot of money for many of our women. And she certainly had those challenges back in 2019. But I'm glad that she had it done this year, I believe. Is that correct? So the conversation was basically the same, lack of self-esteem, feeling incomplete, which is a consistent clinical complaint. The lack of feeling incomplete and the low self-esteem, low sexual desire, and that kind of thing. There are many areas of clinical presentations. So I think that's what I remember of her. There's so many ladies with different presentation. But I'm giving the common ones, which I certainly believe would apply to her too. Yeah.
City.
I'm still processing this thing in my head.
You can see.
Yes, because traditional as it may be, I'm thinking, why do people think that this is a process that was necessary as a rite of passage to ensure that a girl transitions from being a girl to that of a woman? Anyway, I will continue that train of thought. Halima, when you went through the process of reconstruction, what would you say that has done for you?
It's like a rebirth. For sure, it's like a rebirth. I feel much comfortable. I feel like I am now the woman I would like to be. And this has also attributed in... I think now I am courageous enough. I can go there and talk to people and encourage them and talk even to their own shoes that FGM is not the right thing to do. Yeah.
Now, how this is we can talk about it not being the right thing to do, obviously, because of the experience that you went through. Now, obviously, when something happens to you, and looking at this surgery that Daktari is doing, you tend to meet other people. You tend to come in contact with other people who may have gone through a similar process, or maybe in some cases went through a worse experience. Has your thinking of this then changed because of the others who have told you what they went through as well? Does that make you, in your mind, realize more and more that this actually really does need to come to an end?
Okay. According to me, okay, at the hospital, I met quite a number of Rindis. I didn't expect that it was this serious. By the way, I did not expect that it was that serious.
That it was such a widespread issue.
I did not expect that because I thought it was only in my part where I come from. Only to realize that they were like it is being done nationwide. Every tribe, you find there is some Kikuyu, there is some Ruya, there is all those tribes. And I was like, I think we need to come up with it has to end. FGM has to end. Because I can imagine the experience I went through and the pain I went through. And if that pain I was to transfer to my kids, then I think it could be worse. So I think FGM must come to an end, according to me. Even though I know it is deep in the fringe. I know it's very deep. Yeah, but we need to do something.
It has to be brought to an end.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a series of questions, Halima. Now, these are somewhat personal. So from what we are hearing from the Daktari and what we've heard from other people who've given their testimony about undergoing FGM is, number one, self-esteem low, and you've confirmed that. Then number two, there is low libido or low sexual desires, low sex drive. And then even for those that end up now in a relationship, there is painful sex.
Sure.
Did you ever get into a relationship?
Yeah.
Did the man understand? Did the man know that you had gone through FGM?
Okay. Yeah.
And this is from you telling him? From him observing?
Yes.
All right. What kind of experience was it when you were having sexual relations?
Okay. It was like a little bit painful because, as a man, men expect, there is the kind of performance they expect from you.
Yeah.
And if you cannot reach that performance, they start, it's like shaming you. You see? So we had to break up with him because I wasn't.
So the relationship had to come to an end.
Yeah.
Because the man was feeling that, you're not meeting your end of the bargain.
Sure.
Did you connect? And I think this is extremely important. Did you connect what had happened with you when you were 12 and then what was going on in this relationship and how it had affected your life? Daktari had told us a few minutes ago about women who don't feel complete. And this is one of the major reasons why you look for a physical action to make up for a psychological feeling, right? What you're feeling in your head, this incompleteness. Did you connect the two? That this thing that happened when you were 12 years old is now could be primary cause of the issue that you're facing.
That is exactly why I went to do the research and come up with it. I made up my mind when I realized that there is something that can be done for me to gain my identity and my sexual sensitivity. I made my mind that time and saying this has to come to an end because I was like, it wasn't me. There was that low esteem. Even in talking, I could not talk like a Rindi. I was like, something is missing in me. I was like, I'm a failure because this and this happened. I cannot do this and this because I am not a complete woman. You see, I was like, and then after the relationship ended, that is when I realized that thing that happened when I was 12 years, and then I was married off, I ran away, all those things. You see, and then this one again. And by the way, just to go back, whenever we used to make love with my boyfriend, I was like, he used to rape me. It was like raping because I wasn't into it. Yeah, so
you were completely blunt and absent to whatever is happening.
Sure.
Okay. Post-surgery, one of the things that you've said is now you feel complete.
Sure.
You have your self-confidence back.
Sure.
You feel like a woman.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about now the other side. Has there been a difference?
I think I'm in the hearing process.
It
Yeah.
usually takes about
6 weeks.
6 weeks or so.
Okay.
And then, with time, they end up gaining back that bit of sensitivity.
Uh-huh.
So it's hardly a week.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
had the
a week.
surgery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Is there any kind of counseling that is
Oh yes,
required?
that's a major
post-surgery?
component. I mean, you have to. We had counselors. Were you counselled?
Sure.
Yeah. We always get counsellors to talk to these young women, middle-aged women, you call it, and anybody who is not, for example, who does not qualify to have the surgery, but is psychologically affected, we ask them to see a counsellor to answer your question, and that helps a lot. They go through some therapy and it helps. But those who have undergone the surgery, they have 1 session or 2 sessions before, and others, if need be, after the post-surgery.
The research that you have done, I'm certain that you have gathered data that relates to the outcome of the processes that you lead. Could you perhaps talk to us about what has been reported to you and what you have heard from people who've gone through the process?
Oh yes. Data. We are now compiling a larger data. That we expect to present it in a major international forum. We're looking at presenting a case study of about 1,000 women plus, probably next year or so. We are halfway there. And anecdotally, or at least from what one of our students has reported, is they're very comfortable after the surgery with the form, the look. You've reconstructed it, so the look is there, almost similar to uncut women. So that itself is a huge boost. For us, that's a major thing. Remember, this is a surgery which is still in its post-infancy stage. And we, the doctors in this country, have the challenge to make it even better, because in America and Europe, they'll never do anything about this surgery. They don't have the caseloads. So it's up to us to up our game and improve on these surgeries and get better techniques and all that, so that we sort out the problems our women are facing. There's nobody in the US or in Europe who's going to fund a technique for improving this surgery, because the market is not there. I mean, the numbers are not there.
Yeah.
So it's up to us. So some of us have volunteered ourselves to improve on what Dr. Foldes did. And the results are very amazing. They get very good look, and they are very confident on the way they look, as you can see. And sensitivity is increased. Some of them have never felt orgasm, and for the first time probably have this great feeling that one gets, and they look forward to a better relationship and good quality of life.
Even as we look to, it's the fight continues across communities between culture and tradition, and then now what we are saying is violence. What we are saying is mutilation. So there's that. The intricacy of the dance between tradition, culture, and what we're obviously saying is a mutilation of a woman's body when this is happening is still very tight.
Oh yes,
isn't it?
Absolutely.
So even when women can be helped through reconstructive surgery, there's still monkey that's still sitting on the shoulders of communities.
Yeah, that's very true. That's a very valid comment and question mixed. When you talk to the leadership, sometimes if you want to really help people, you go through the leadership, isn't it? The religious people are willing to talk about it. When you go talk to our local politicians, these are no-go zone. You lose votes. So we stopped moving through that direction. If you talk to the FGM board, and they are very effective, the FGM board in this country are doing a fantastic job. They really try their best with the meager resources that they do have. The culture bit, the monster that you're talking about, is still there, and it's going to be difficult. But if you look at the data, it's come down. It's come down, and the war continues. And the education is the solution, prevention is the solution. Surgery is not the solution. Surgery only helps those who have got complaints who come. So that message I have to emphasize here again: the prevention and education is the key to eradicating FGM and not surgery. Surgery just helps those who have already been afflicted. So yes, this culture monster that you're talking about does exist. And we even had a doctor the other day, 2-3 years ago, who came and said that because of culture, we need to preserve our culture. I don't understand how useful this culture is to a young woman. In my opinion, that was a lot of disappointment coming from a medical colleague, and in summary, rubbish.
Do you think, Daktari, that it's possible for us to eradicate FGM?
It's possible. It's certainly possible. If you look at the data, the BBC compiled a long data last year. You can't check. The numbers are going down. The efforts of various countries are going down. Kenya has really done a lot. It's still going down, but just like culture, it's going to take time. It's going to take time. But I can see a flick of light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe in our other generation, it'll go. But as we speak today, it's still happening.
Thank you very much, Dr. for joining us today. And Halima, thank you also for coming and sharing your story. I want to give you this 30 seconds, Halima. Speak to people in the country. Speak against gender-based violence.
Okay. I think... Okay, I don't know where to start.
What would you tell the mothers, such as your mother, who are listening?
I think they should stop the FGM. They should stop the cut. It is not being cut or being undergoing the FGM does not guarantee that the girl has gone through the rite of passage. I think the right way is through mentorship, and it's through, I think, counseling as well. Because I strongly believe that through undergoing through the cuts brings upon the girl emotional drainage, emotional stress, physical. I think it's a way of abuse. I think it's abuse in a way. So, as per me, I would say FGM should stop. Or all the mothers, the socials in the country, please stop the FGM to our young girls. They need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Halima. And thank you as well, Dr. Abdullahi Ednah, consultant, plastic reconstructive and aesthetic surgeon and lecturer at the University of Nairobi Medical School. And thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation as we begin marking the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. We'll continue the conversations. Have a lovely weekend, people. We'll be back on Monday. Good morning.
To lift the ban on the importation and planting of genetically modified organisms. Speaking in Kapsabet, the second-term governor noted that CS Korea's remarks have painted President William Ruto's administration in bad light and that Kenyans will lose confidence in the current regime if he continues on the same path. Sang, who is also the Council of Governors Chief Whip, added that Korea should instead consult with relevant agriculture stakeholders before making any more eye-raising remarks. Mumia's Sugar Company workers and sugarcane farmers have accused Sarai Group of failing to honor its promises to pay their dues. The workers and farmers who converged outside the sugar miller said the Uganda-based farmers not paid salary arrears and sugarcane supplied about 3 years ago, despite promising to do so. The farmers said when Sarai Group took over operations of the miller, it promised to help farmers. The farmers further said despite Sarai claiming to have started operating the sugar miller, no Mumia's sugar brands are available in shops and supermarkets. Now, NCBA Group says it will waive at least 5.5 billion shillings in defaulted Fuliza and Mshwari loans under the Central Bank of Kenya Guided Credit Repair Program. The lender has carved out 11 billion shillings from its bad digital loan book for the credit